Add some sugar in your cup, a little liquor, mix it up. Enjoy the tea, let loose and free. Share a laugh on your TV screen. Leanie's channel, there's the place where we gather all our grace. Smoke a cig, talk about your kid. Laugh and shout, let's flip the lid. Throw your worries out the door. We're all friends looking for more. Join the fun, let's raise a cheer. In this space there's no more fear. Click the play and feel the joy, with the girls and with the boys. Support each other day and night. We're a team, let's shine our light. Dreams and stories we will share. Over tea we'll clear the air. In this channel we belong. Leanie's laughter keeps us strong. Throw your worries out the door. We're all friends looking for more. Join the fun, let's raise a cheer. In this space there's no more fear. Channel, there's the place where we gather all our grace. Smoke a cig, talk about your kid. Laugh and shout, let's flip the lid. Throw your worries out the door. We're all friends looking for more. Join the fun, let's raise a cheer. In this space there's no more fear. No more fear. There's no more fear. There's no more fear. There's no more fear. Click the play and feel the joy. Girls in with the boys, support each other day and night. We're a team, let's shine our light. Dreams and stories we will share. Over tea we'll clear the air. In this channel we belong. Leanie's laughter keeps us strong. Throw your worries out the door. With the girls and with the boys, support each other day and night. We're a team, let's shine our light. No more fear. There's no more fear. There's no more fear. There's no more fear. Click the play and feel the joy. Girls in with the boys, support each other day and night. We're a team, let's shine our light. Some sugar in your cup, a little liquor, mix it up. Enjoy the tea, let loose and free. Share a laugh on your TV screen. Leanie's channel, there's the place where we gather all our grace. Smoke a cig, talk about your kid. Laugh and shout, let's flip the lid. Out the door. We're all friends looking for more. Join the fun, let's raise a cheer. In this space there's no more fear. Click the play and feel the joy, with the girls and with the boys. Support each other day and night. We're a team, let's shine our light. Dreams and stories we will share. Over tea we'll clear the air. In this channel we belong. Leanie's laughter keeps us strong. Throw your worries out the door. We're all friends looking for more. Join the fun, let's raise a cheer. In this space there's no more fear. Channel, there's the place where we gather all our grace. Smoke a cig, talk about your kid. Laugh and shout, let's flip the lid. your worries out the door. We're all friends looking for more. Join the fun, let's raise a cheer. In this space there's no more fear. No more fear. There's no more fear. There's no more fear. There's no more fear. Click the play and feel the joy. Girls in with the boys, support each other day and night. We're a team, let's shine our light. Dreams and stories we will share. Over tea we'll clear the air. In this channel we belong. Lady's laughter keeps us strong. Throw your worries out the door. With the girls and with the boys, support each other day and night. We're a team, let's shine our light. No more fear. There's no more fear. There's no more fear. There's no more fear. Click the play and feel the joy. Girls in with the boys, support each other day and night. We're a team, let's shine our light. Add some sugar in your cup. A little liquor, mix it up. Enjoy the tea, let loose and free. Share a laugh on your TV screen. Leanie's channel, there's the place where we gather all our grace. Smoke a cig, talk about your kid. Laugh and shout, let's flip the lid. Throw your worries out the door. We're all friends looking for more. Join the fun, let's raise a cheer. In this space there's no more fear. Click the play.
Hello, hello, hello. Sorry. I'm sorry. That took me a long time. Hi, everybody. Hi, Sean. Hi, Nathan. Hi, Melly Joe. Hi, Mary Jane Do. Hi, David. Hi, Rose Petal. Hi, everybody. Thanks, guys, for being here. I appreciate it. Hi, Ann. How you doing? I got caught up trying to find Wednesday. She went outside to go use the bathroom, and she's not coming in. And we're freaking freezing here. We're down to 19 degrees here in sunny Indiana. Yay. And we're waiting on more snow. I'm super excited about that. How y'all doing? What did y'all get into? Anybody get into anything good? Tell me. I want to know. Nobody's talking. Nobody wants to tell me. Nobody cares. Nobody. Well, let me know when you guys are ready to start chit-chatting. Then I'll start. Let me just drink my coffee here for a minute. Let me know when y'all are awake. I'll just listen to the dogs play with that bottle that they've got. Oh, look, Anne's awake. She can't decide how to feel today. Okay. That's a menopausal moment. And Melly Joe is hot. I hope you got the aircon going, girl. You're hot and I'm freezing. And then when I'm hot, you're freezing. Nathan says, I'm moving to a new place. No idea where I'm going. Was told yesterday I have to move at 3 p.m. So don't have that long to pack and no idea where I'm going. Are you kidding me, Nathan? Why would you have to move this quickly? I mean, in the States, they have to give 30-day notice. You can't just kick them out, you know. Hell, you can go squat in somebody's house, not a damn thing they can do about it. That's why I keep my doors locked. Nobody's squatting here. You're 11 degrees, Mary Jane. Anne's freezing. Mary Jane's freezing. I'm freezing. Melly Joe's burning up. Mary Jane, you guys are fixing to get snow too, right? So I just looked at the weather and it's going all the way across because this housing associate who greetings, Jimmy. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Because this housing association who I'm with is basically that list behind you. Oh, well, I'm sorry. Do you have family you could go to, Nathan? If not, I'll give you Maggie's address. No, that's mean. I'm sorry. I don't mean to make light. I'm just trying to make light. I want to make you smile. I'm probably not doing a good job. Sorry. It's 13 Celsius here. For me, that's cold. For the Brits, it's hot. I'm not sure what 13 is in Fahrenheit, but I know we're down in 19 Fahrenheit right now. And it's dropping. It says snow on Saturday. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's coming through Indiana later today, between 1 and 8, I think. We're supposed to get like 4 inches. Super excited about that. They're moving me somewhere. They just don't say where till the last minute. Oh, so you're not going to be homeless. So you're just waiting on them to tell you guys where you're moving to next. I gotcha. 55 degrees. Oh, girl, that's good weather. That's bonfire weather. That's put on a hoodie and some jeans and your hiking boots and go sit around a bonfire. That's good weather. That's my favorite weather right there. That's so wrong. You should be given more notice than that. You always make me smile. Well, Nathan, I'm doing my job then. I am doing my job. Listen, you guys, I went to a dark place. Don't know how I ended up there because I took a nap, you see? And I had stuff with the royal family, old footage, old documentary, because I love that stuff. Okay. Love me some Queen Elizabeth. I just love the whole family, except for Meghan Markle. Anyways, I had that playing when I went to sleep. When I woke up, it was still playing, so I was kind of watching it, sweeping up the floor behind the dogs and shit. And then all of a sudden, some channel I never saw come on. It's called Spooky something. Y'all, I was mesmerized. Because there are times that I like watching some dirty, dark things happening, like some serious true crime or some grody shit. Oh, y'all, I'm telling you right now, it's 50 Shades of Golden in here. Newt has got his thing going on. Little girl is Twitter pating with him. And so magic is happening in the living room. Problem is that she's not in heat yet. And he wouldn't mount if she was, even though she's teasing him. She wants him to mount. Anyways, thought I would share that with you guys. Love our Lizzie, hate Charles, and hate Meghan. I love Charles now. I do. Y'all, he stole my heart. He stole my heart at his mother's funeral when could you imagine being king of your country? You've got all this responsibility on you. Right? Everybody's looking at you, but you just lost your mom. I mean, yeah, you lost your queen, but you lost your mom. She was your mom. And then I was watching as I was falling asleep, because he immediately, upon her last breath, his very next breath, he was king. So then in the midst of planning for her funeral, he has to go to all these different places in the Commonwealth and things like that to do where people are pledging their allegiance to him as their king. Y'all, I couldn't have done that. I would have been like, I fold. Who's up next? Because I was a wreck when my mom passed. There was no way. The only thing that kept me going was my responsibilities, and the whole world wasn't my responsibility. Neither was a nation. It was just my nation, Leany Nation over here. That was my responsibilities, and I kept going for them. But I wanted to die. I wanted to die with her. I thought I was going to die. If heartbreak could kill you, I would have been dead 20 times over. And it took me a long time and where I could even talk about it. A long time. Not until I came on, not until I got my channel. I didn't talk about my mom's passing. So you guys have helped me a lot in my journey to living this earth, on this earth, walking on this earth without my mom. And that's doesn't matter how old you get. Your mom is always going to be your mom. And I sit and I think about, like it somehow it doesn't even seem real still. Like I could still call her. And then I think about my sister and it's just terrible, you guys. It's terrible. It's terrible. But I want to say that y'all have really helped me, like, be able to at least talk about it. And I don't know. I don't know. Just keep one foot in front of the other, I guess. Because I'm not alone in this. A lot of us have lost people that were close to us. Our moms were that age where our parents are either gone or they're going, and siblings are going, and it's terrible. He's not for the people enough for me. He doesn't do anything, and he doesn't entertain the country like Lizzie did. And his Christmas speech was boring. Hate a man for that speech. Hate a man. No, you know what? Who am I to tell you? That's your king. It's kind of like when people from other countries want to tell me about my president. And I'm just like, what? Wait, what? I mean, you don't even know. All you know is what you're hearing and, on the news or the YouTubes or something, you really don't know. So I really don't know, Aloha, Sean. Hello, sweetheart. Good to see you. So I'm just saying from an American standpoint that loves the royal family. It took me a long time to love Charles too, because I was holding a grudge against Charles for hurting Diana's heart. My dog needs to go out. Anne says, Leanie, I feel terrible. I forgot my mom's birthday on the 8th. How could I? Anne, I get that. I guess I would feel terrible too, but give yourself some grace. You have a lot going on in your life. A lot. You've had a son that has been in a different place that you've had to worry about him. You have to worry about getting him home. Give yourself some grace. It doesn't mean you love her any less because the days got away from you. Doesn't mean that. You still love her. Lizzie was always out with David Attenborough and always doing things that you wouldn't necessarily think in 98. Never mind the queen to do. Let me let little girl out. Hold on. Wednesday. After all that barking, she follows me back over here to the desk. Unbelievable. Same year as my son. He passed away in 28. She passed September, exactly 9 months apart. Oh my gosh. And that's a lot to have to deal with, honey. That's a lot. And I am so sorry. That's a lot. Girl, I don't know what gave you that strength to keep going, but you got something that a lot of people don't. And I'm sure it doesn't feel like strength, but it is. It's exactly what it is. Anyways, y'all, I got to so I was watching the Royal Family, love, 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 and then after that was over, then this new channel came on that I'd never seen before. I'm sure she's not a new channel, and there was some dark stuff on there, and I was watching it. I couldn't get my face out of it, and I watched like 3 different episodes of stuff that she had on her channel, and I absolutely loved it. I didn't even check the dates to see how long ago it's been or if she's got new content or whatever, and I didn't even subscribe, but I know I can find it in my list over there. So, anyways, then after I saw one of the stories about Kelly Ronahan, you guys probably have heard about her. I didn't hear about her. I didn't know about her. Didn't know nothing. I had to come over here and do some research, and I was like, holy hell, we need to talk about this because I'm pretty sure we know some people like this. I have a rock of a husband and my oldest son who never left my side a moment for years after. That is so good. A support system. That is so, so good. And I'm glad you accepted that support system. That's insane, though. Insane. Anyways, when I came over here and was researching this, I was like, oh shit. This is bigger than I thought it was because I know for a fact I could count, while I was sitting here researching it, I could count at least 3 names that used to come and chat or sometimes still do come and chat that I swan to y'all, they have this syndrome. And yes, I am a doctor on YouTube. Okay. Never complain, always listen, even cried with me at times. Wow. I so just want to curl up and sleep right now. I'm so tired. Nathan, they'll call you, babe. Go to sleep. Get you some rest. Even if you just get 2 hours in, that's better than nothing. Or even an hour. Just do something. That's terrible. And I'm so sorry you're going through that. That's horrible. All right, guys, I want to pull this up because I don't know if you guys have heard about it, but there is such a thing as internet Munchhousing. We all know what Munchhausen is, right? I can't have a meeting. I have a meeting soon getting picked up half an hour plus their beds are covered with all of my stuff. Oh my gosh, Nathan. Honey, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna pray for you. I'm gonna pray some strength and I'm gonna pray just fortitude that you can just keep going until you get it all done, and then whenever you're able to lay down and rest, that you will fully rest and get good rest. So I'm just going to pray strength for you and get you through this time and pray that it goes by really, really fast. I'll be all right. Just got to get it over with. I understand. Well, I'm still going to pray for you and I wish you the best. Anne's Place. May I ask you what happened to inspire the words on here? What do you mean? Yes, I know about Munchausen by proxy. Yeah, but not by internet. Like I didn't know that either. And I did not know there was a thing. Sergeant Joe's here. That good looking man over there. Is that when you get hungry from smoking weed, you get Munchausen? Well, not the one that I'm talking about. Let me shut the door. So never mind. Hold on. I'm going to shut the door. It's freaking freezing. All right. All animals are back in and counted for. That's probably why she wanted outside to go get her. All right. Hello, hello, hello. Where is New York Ghetto Boy RC? Haven't seen him here in a while. Wasn't he? He was here last night for a little while, Nathan. Yep. As soon as we got 50 likes, he dipped. He dipped. You dip. We dip. All right. Let's look into this real quick, guys. Mods, I am not in chat right now. I can't see chat when I'm pulling this up. So let's do this. So internet Munchhausen is really a thing, you guys. It's really a thing. Let me make it big. All right. All right, here it is. Let me make sure you guys can. That's as big as I can make it, you guys. I'm sorry. I wish I could do better, but I really can't. All right. Internet Munchhausen. Now, let's not call any names out, you guys, while I'm doing this, because it really is a mental issue. It really is. So I don't want to call names out, but I'm telling when you hear this, people will pop into your head that you will know, because it did me. And I was like, oh my God. All right. An overview. Munchausen by Internet, MBI, is a type of online deception where someone fakes an illness or crisis in a virtual environment to gain emotional satisfaction. It's a manifestation of fictitious order imposed on self. Here's some signs that it includes: making claims of severe illness or near fatal events, making claims that are later contradicted or proven false, pretending to be unconcerned about a serious problem, having other people claim to post on their behalf using the same writing style, reporting symptoms that are more severe than most people would experience. MBI can be disruptive and cause emotional distress to those that are deceived. Healthcare professionals who offer services online should be aware of the risks of MBI. The term MBI was coined in 1998 by psychiatrist Mark Feldman. Reports of people deceiving online forums participants first appeared in the 1990s. Y'all, I was blown away by this, but I ended up finding two different. Now we all know people, right? We all know. But I ended up finding two different people that I guess they were kind of really well known. And I pulled up the one case that was the most well known. The one that this lady did. Shut up, Joe. All right, let's go to this. Mods, again, when I'm reading these, I cannot see chat. So which one? I think it's this one. Yes, it's this one. Can we put up copyright? Let me see. Copyright. Don't want to get in trouble here. Where are you, my copyright? Where are you? Did I get rid of it? Tell me I got rid of it. Why would I do something like that? Silly me. Tricks are for kids. Damn it, y'all. I got rid of my copyright thing. Let me put that up because this can be, oh, that's not it. I'm just going to put a trigger warning up, you guys, because it could cause problems. I don't know. But let's just be more safe than sorry. Fair use disclaimer. Copyright Act of 1976 gives allowance for this copyright to be used for the purposes of criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Melly Joe, thank you so much. Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. I don't know, Anne. Anne says, life is hard as it is. Why do some people make it harder with false claims? People need attention. Send me money, Joe says. Joe needs some money, you guys. Let's get Joe some money. Start a GoFundMe so he can get a cure. All right. This is up. Let's go ahead and read this, see what it says. So this lady right here, you guys, just from what I've gathered already, her name is Kelly Ronahan. I hope I pronounced that right. She was actually an influencer. She was on, I think, TikTok and Instagram, and she was, quote unquote, documenting her illness journey or her health journey or whatever she wanted to call it at the time. What I know about her is that she has a twin sister, and I don't remember if it's identical, but she has a twin sister. There were things she did in her childhood that she never came out and said it, and nobody else in the family said it, but there were things that she did in her childhood and her school age years that made one think that she was trying to separate herself being an individual, because a lot of times twins are, if you got one, you got both. You know what I mean? They're known as a package deal. Well, by all accounts, Kelly wasn't into that. Like, she wanted to have her own identity, and it didn't ever say she didn't like being a twin, but I mean, by everything that I've read so far on her and the actions that she took during her school age years and her young adult years and things like that, I surmised that she did not like being a twin. I think she loved her twin, but she needed her own identity. And I think that's how this all started. So let's read what happened. Like I said, I cannot see chat. So if you guys don't mind, Mad Mods, take care of that for me. You guys, this is not my work. We're reading from Yen. It's an online news portal. And this was updated Thursday, February the 22nd, 2024, you guys. All right, so let's read about. She was a beautiful girl. She really was. In the next one that I'm going to show you guys, her eyes are mesmerizing to me. The most beautiful eyes. Seriously. All right. Kelly Ronahan is a former ballet dancer and trainer from Canada. She gained fame after speaking about her health issues. Kelly claimed to be suffering from a mysterious illness, required a weekly blood transfusion to manage a rare blood disorder. As her health issues escalated, many offered their sympathies, and some started to doubt her sincerity. All right, let's see. Let me check with chat. Everybody's good? Everybody's good? Hi, Mac J. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. All right. Kelly Ronan had her leg amputated. I think she ended up having both legs. I think that's a misprint. She had both legs amputated. Kelly Ronan had her legs amputated the following years of treatment with little improvement. After that, she slowly faded out of the limelight when the public discovered that most of her symptoms were self-inflicted. Many accused her of having Munchhausen syndrome, a psychological disorder in which an individual feigns a disease for attention. Continue reading to learn more about Kelly Rohan's story. All right. Kelly Rohan was in her 30s when she became famous online after claiming to be suffering from a strange blood ailment. The Canadian withdrew from public view and even postponed her profession as a ballet dancer and trainer as her condition worsened. These are pictures of her in the hospital. You guys, she was documenting everything. She documented everything. Kelly asserted that her condition was caused by uterine fibroids and multiple sclerosis, but she offered no evidence to support her claims. She would require a hysterectomy if she didn't receive regular weekly blood transfusions. In the event that she didn't, she would die in 4 to 6 weeks from organ failure. Now, I will tell you this, that's what caused my hysterectomy. The amount of blood you lose is insane. Insane. And we know Mel, whatever, she's gone through a lot of shit with hers, y'all. That's why she had to have yours. She did all the stuff that this Kelly person claims to be needing to be done. But Mel really did have some serious problems before she finally had to have a hysterectomy. And even that, you guys, she had to have some different things done with her blood and injections. Who donated blood for Kelly Ronahan? Ronahan. In July 2016, Ronahan's online fans organized a blood drive for her. I'm sorry. For her after she was admitted to the hospital for seizures. Nonetheless, after several weeks of intensive medical care, the doctors deduced that she was faking her seizures and quickly discharged her. A few years prior, she had stated that medical professionals were unable to ascertain the reason behind the sharp decline in her hemoglobin levels. My tongue gets faster than I am. Thanks to well-wishers from her social media following, Kelly had received over 95 liters of blood through infusions from 55 donors via the Canadian Blood Service Clinic by 2016. In her statement with Global News, she said, I get 3 bags every 2 weeks. So that's 3 people, 3 blood donors to save me every 2 weeks. Without the transfusions, I would go into organ failure. And within a month or 6 weeks, I would be dead and I wouldn't be here. From January to April 2017, she claimed her port had been inflamed, thus leading to sepsis. She also made her fans aware that her past struggles with eating disorder and her obsession with exercise. She also shared images of scars of when she used to hurt herself before falling ill. Here's 2 more pictures of her. She's doing this while receiving her blood. Now, let me jump back over here and chat really quick. Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Richie Wolf, good to see you. Our president is an idiot, Mac J. So, yeah, I get it. Some of the things that I've read about, okay, let me just say this. This one picture of her with her leg up on the wall, first of all, kudos for doing that, girl. I'm going to tell you right now. More women, never mind. Anyways, back to this. I don't know how she's doing anything. I had a blood transfusion after my hysterectomy. I had 2 bags of blood. You guys, I was so, first of all, the mental thought of somebody else's blood running through my veins was more than I can handle. Like that there was someone's blood going into my body. And I didn't know who that blood is. I didn't care who that blood is. There's just a bag of blood hanging up there, and it's now coming into my body. Not only that, if you have not had a transfusion before, When you're getting a transfusion, you actually taste blood. Like if your mouth starts bleeding or whatever and you taste that blood, the whole time you're getting a transfusion, you're tasting blood. Why? I don't know, but you just do. It's enough to make you want to puke. Okay? Especially thinking about that that's not your own blood. That's you get it. Okay? You get the whole thing. Yeah, it's true. And I know everybody I've asked that have had blood transfusions say the same thing. Even my daughter. My daughters have plenty of blood transfusions. And I asked her too. I was like, did you taste blood? She's like, yeah. I got to go, guys. I'll speak to y'all later. Hope everyone has a great day, night, evening, wherever you're from. Nathan, we wish you well, honey. I love you. I hope everything works out today for you, sweetheart. Get you some rest just as soon as you can. All right. Y'all, I Swanee, I'm getting new earbuds because this is crazy. I need wireless. Love you, Nathan. All right. Back to this. Let's see. In April 2017, Ronahan returned to the hospital, alleging that an infection had returned to her ports. She was under doctor's care for 3 weeks, but still experienced more seizures and rashes throughout that period. The medical professions discovered that her hemoglobin levels were back to normal, thus sparking rumors about the dancer faking her illness. While some continued to support Kelly, others expressed doubts about her intentions and mental health, particularly that she claimed that the physicians were working against her. Some say, now, like I said, this is not, I don't know this to be true. I don't know that it's factual, that she was actually draining her own blood through her port, you guys. I don't know if that's true. It's never been said where all this blood loss was going to. Kelly went further to reveal that her rare blood disorder was called Behçet's. I've never heard of that. I didn't look that part up. Behçet's disease. Her port was removed by physicians in 2018, and it was declared that she would not require any more blood transfusions. Kelly appeared to be getting better. She did, however, suffer sores and swelling on her feet about a month after her port was removed. Even after a battery of diagnostic tests, the experts were unable to determine a cause. Y'all, she was a beautiful girl. She just was. Look at her beautiful cat, too. All right. I don't know if this one's going to show pictures. Let me just scroll through. Yeah, this one's not going to show pictures of her legs. The next one that I have does show pictures of what I believe that she did to her legs before they were amputated. A month after removing her ports, Kelly reported swelling on her feet and blisters. It was rumored that she would pick her blisters to enlarge them and would smear. Y'all, this is going to be a little bit gross. Trigger warning. And would smear feces into her wounds to make them worse. Many accused her of having Munchhausen syndrome as a result of this. Despite the accusations, Kelly Ronahan's Instagram page continued to feature heartbreaking photos of injuries of her injured legs, despite the charges. Later on, she would include more images and videos. Y'all, I haven't tried to find any of her pages. I don't know if they're still up, but I've seen pictures. It's disgusting. Kelly subsequently stated in 2019 that she received a skin graft and was diagnosed with an autoimmune condition. There was a glimmer of hope when she later announced she had finished her first walk. Sadly, she picked at her leg and ended up going back to the hospital where she spent 3 days. The internet star began complaining that she was losing feeling in her ankles and her legs as time went on. Following the loss of one of her toes, the doctors worried about Kelly Ronahan's nerve damage uh, and blood circulation issues and recommended a leg amputation. Kelly got prosthetics after her leg amputation. I thought she had 2 legs amputated. Could be wrong. Kelly got prosthetics after her leg amputation in May 2021 and slowly retreated from the public eye and cut off her social media presence. Where is Kelly Ronan now? Kelly's current whereabouts are unknown. Her last Instagram post was April 2021, where she talked about compensating for her inner beauty. Is Kelly Ronahan still alive? Unconfirmed claims that Kelly Ronahan passed away shouldn't be considered fake news. There is no proof of her burial location and cause of death from a valid source. Kelly Rohan's photos on her Instagram page reveal these facts about her. She loves cats and tending to plants. She can play guitar, drive, and ride a motorcycle. She loves long hair with bangs. She used to dance ballet while in the hospital. Kelly Ronahan was in the hospital for a considerable amount of time. Many have been concerned about her well-being since she left the limelight and stopped posting on social media. And there you go. Now, what I will tell you also about her is she ended up finally quitting school. There was some things she had done in the school while she was at school, like I said, to separate herself from being a twin and to being an individual. And so some of the earlier posts that she was doing was she didn't graduate from school. She finally just left school after some bullying and stuff that she was receiving and moved somewhere. And she put online that she became a prostitute. That was before all this weird stuff started happening. And she posted pictures on her, and I seen some of them. She posted pictures on her Instagram page before all this started happening that her pimp, and she named him, I don't remember what the name is now, would beat her up. And so she would post pictures of her face, like with her eyes swollen shut, scratches across her neck and stuff like that. Problem is, none of that was ever validated or fact checked, right? So I don't know at what point she got out of the prostitution business and started doing something else. I don't know. I don't know if she ever talked about it on her page, how she got out of it or what she was doing. But this, obviously, you guys, this is an extreme case. And it's going to get more extreme when I show you some pictures. If you don't want to see the pictures, I'll let you know when to check out. Just check out for a few minutes. Come back a few minutes later. I'm only going to show maybe 1 or 2 pictures of what her leg looked like. Her legs. And these aren't even the bad pictures. You guys, she put on her Instagram, either TikTok or Instagram page, her sore, I'm not kidding you, was one of the sores on her leg. She got it to as big as my hand. I'm not lying. Look at your hand. Put it on your thigh. That's how big that sore was. Okay? She was videotaping herself scratching, digging, just that wound. She opened that whole wound up, you guys. Trigger warning. On that, this is right before that leg was amputated. It is said that on that video, and I saw part of the video, but it was kind of blobbed out a little bit, that she actually took out a nerve when she was doing all that scratching, because it was just a big hole with like a scab over it, about the size of your hand. and she scratched it right there on her video on Instagram or on TikTok. And she was just going to town at it, y'all. And she ended up digging into the hole and pulled out part of her body. And of course, she said it was the most painful thing that ever happened to her. Well, yeah, this is completely 100% a mental illness. This is completely 100% the worst of it, I think. The sad news is that, like I said when I first started this, is that we know people. We know names. I know you do. That even come into our chat. And God help me, you guys. I have a lot of compassion. I'm a compassionate person until I'm not. And eventually when I realize that there's a game being played, whether it's a mental game or just a game, I cannot help someone on the internet from way over here in Indiana that lives wherever else. If my next door neighbor is coming into my chat, I wouldn't be able to help him if it's a mental illness. You know what I mean? So at some point, it becomes a real negative vibe. And it starts to get, I don't visit many mental health channel. I don't visit any, to tell you the truth. I don't like doing a lot of mental health stuff here on the channel because for me, it brings me down. It just brings me down. I try to live my life despite anxiety. In spite of anxiety and in spite of depression, I try to live my life. So why am I going to sit on YouTube and sit and talk about it and chat about it over a day in and day out? I could do that in my everyday life, right? So for me, I'm a runner. I run away from things. I mentally run away. I physically run away. That's who I am. And for me, I can't, I just can't do it. I just can't do it. So the scary thing is we all know somebody who's like that, who comes into chats and they talk about stuff like this, and eventually you figure out it's okay. One, either for sympathy, two, they've got a mental illness, or three, it's just a terrible vibe. And I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm just thinking to myself, I don't outright say it, but I'm thinking to myself, you need to go to a mental health channel, because here you're not going to get whatever support you're looking for. I can't give that to you. I just can't. It's enough. If you're not going to help yourself, I damn sure can't help you. So this is real, guys. I cannot freaking believe it's real. All right. I'm leaving chat again to pull this one up. I'm sorry that landed right there. Ugh! Anyways, you guys, if you don't want to see this, turn it off. Turn it off right now. I'm sorry, I didn't know this was going to go right to the pictures. Close it out. Walk away. Put your phone down if you don't want to see this. Okay? This is very graphic. So trigger warning. Good morning, RC. All right, you guys, this is what I'm talking about. Do you see how big those sores are on her legs? Can you see how it looks like bruises? These are not necessarily bruises. They were all huge open sores at one time. You could pull all this up on the internet. Look at her ankles and her feet, how swollen she's gotten them. In my belief of the research that I have done already on this just tonight, is that once the doctors figured out that she was bloodletting somehow, that's what that's called when you get rid of your own blood. It's called bloodletting. And they took the port from her. Something else has to be wrong for attention. And so she started this. And trigger warning, like I said, they were saying that she was putting feces into her wounds so that she would get infected. So one of these wounds is where I'm talking about. I thought it was on her thigh, but it looked like her thigh, but I guess it's her calf or her leg right here, is where she pulled that part of her body out. Look, now these are the pictures that I'm talking about, her eyes. She was beautiful. Not saying she's not beautiful now, but it just goes to show you, you could have money, you could have wealth, fame, adoration, love, money, health, anything that you think is the perfect life to live, you can have it. Looks, beautiful big eyes that speak big words. And it doesn't create happiness. Happiness comes from within, not from what you have or what you've got or what you can buy or what you look like, or that's not happiness. Happiness comes from within. And I will tell you something. I know in the midst of a depression, it's very hard to find any joy and happiness. I know that. Been there, been in the black hole. I know. But I'm telling you, besides mental health care, if you look around you, and it may only be for a fleeting second that you get the feeling, if you look around you, there's joy in your world right now, everywhere. Whether it be a face of your child or a face of a grandchild or your pet sitting across the room who adores you completely. It could be a picture hanging on your wall or a feeling or a song or a movie. There's joy. Sometimes you have to look for it. Sometimes finding happiness and joy, it's hard. But if you could put it in your head, in your mind, this is what I want. I don't want to live on the edge of the black hole or be in the black hole. I got to find some happiness. Make a list. What makes you happy? A dandelion? A daisy? An aloe vera plant? A fire in the fireplace? The sound of music on TV? REO Speedwagon playing in the back room? What is it? There's something. And even if you're only happy for just that quick, it's a start. Let's continue reading. The story of Kelly Ronahan is compelling and it's controversial. A former ballet dancer from Canada, Kelly's life took a dramatic turn when she claimed to be battling a mysterious illness. Her saga, filled with medical mysteries and accusations of deceit, offers a window into the complexities of the human health and psychology. This biography takes a deep look into her life. Make sure I'm still plugged up. Goody. Exploring her initial fame, her health struggles, and the swirling controversies that followed her every step. Man, look at them eyes, you guys. So beautiful. This just gives us her profile summary. I'm not going to read that. Kelly is a Canadian dancer. We know that. Born and raised in Canada, Kelly pursued ballet passionately, eventually becoming a trainer. Her health issues, however, led to withdrawal from her career and focus on managing her condition. Kelly Ronahan's journey into the public eye began in her 30s when she claimed to have suffered a rare blood disorder that necessitated weekly blood transfusions. Despite receiving over 95 liters of blood from 55 donors, By 2016, her condition slowly improved. This mysterious illness forced Kelly to step back from her profession as a ballet dancer and trainer. I guess there she is in the hospital where they bandaged up her wounds. The onset of the illness. In 2014, Kelly Ronahan claimed that her health issues stemmed from multiple sclerosis and uterine fibroids. She asserted that without regular blood transfusion, she would require a hysterectomy and face organ failure within weeks. However, these claims were not substantiated. Kelly's plight garnered widespread attention and sympathy, leading her online followers to organize blood drives. She received significant support and blood donations, which she credited with saving her life. However, doubts began to emerge as doctors would determine the cause of the rapidly declining hemoglobin levels. Now, let me jump in chat really quick. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. For me, therapy is painting, and an oil painting lifts my spirits high. Wow, I love that. Miss Barbara, hello. Now, I will say this. It says that her donor, her community, online community, did a blood drive for her. I want to make it very clear that this is kind of misleading a little bit. Yes, we could all do a blood drive, right? But that doesn't mean if I'm the one that needs blood that I'm going to get Melly Joes and Richies and Ann's and RC's and Barbara's. Just because you go and give blood, that doesn't mean that I'm getting your blood. In fact, it means I'm not getting your blood. It means that your blood is going in to replace the blood that I'm taking out. The reason why I know this is because my daughter, when she first started needing transfusions, of course, my whole family, right up there, right? We're like, let's go. Let's get some blood going here, right? And they're like, hold it. We appreciate it. We'll go ahead and draw your blood, but she's not getting your blood. And I was like, say what? I don't want her to have anybody else's blood. She can have mine. Mine's good, and we have the same blood. And they said that's not how it works. The blood you give has got to go through all this processing, and it's got to go through all this, all of these tests and stuff to make sure it's clean and good and full of whatever it needs to be full of. And there's already blood there for her. You're just replacing the bank. And I said, so you mean to tell me if my daughter's laying in there and needs a transfusion, you won't take a bag of blood from me and go hand it to her? And they said, absolutely not. I was like, so let me get this straight. You're telling me I can be a kidney donor if I qualify. You're going to put us both in the operating rooms at the same time. You're going to yank a kidney out of my body, take it over to the next to her body, put it directly in her body, but she can't have my blood. And he said, that's right. So this is a little bit misleading, and I want to let you guys know that if you're ever up against that, where your friend needs a blood transfusion, they're calling everybody to bring in blood, you're just replacing the bank, which is a good thing. Don't get me wrong, but I want you to understand your blood's not going to them. Okay? All right. Let's finish this up. In July 2016, Kelly was hospitalized for seizures only to be discharged after doctors concluded she was faking her symptoms. This incident fueled suspicions of Munchhauser syndrome, a psychological disorder where an individual feigns illness for attention. From January to April 2017, Kelly experienced complications with her port, including sepsis. Despite her claims of continuous health issues, doctors found her hemoglobin levels to be normal, further questioning the authenticity of her condition. Kelly later claimed to have, I don't know how to say that, it's BEHCETS disease, a rare blood disorder. However, her health issues persisted even after the removal of her port in 2018. Swelling and blisters on her feet led to rumors that she was intentionally worsening her condition by picking at her wounds, inducing infections. Um, Kelly's legs became the focal point of her health decline. Despite medical interventions, her condition deteriorated as she continued to harm her legs. By 2019, she required a skin graft and was diagnosed with an autoimmune condition. Her legs eventually became so damaged that the doctors recommended amputation. Again, there is a picture. I'm going to keep going. Kelly's skin worsened over time, leading to a significant health challenges. She frequently posted updates on social media, sharing the severe state of her legs and ongoing medical battles. Despite moments of improvement, her tendency to pick at her wounds led to repeated hospitalization and further complications. And this goes on just to tell you what I've told you before, that she's withdrawn. She withdrew from public view following the amputation of her legs. See, this one says both of her legs. I could swear I saw a picture with both of her legs gone. And there's no confirmed information about her death. Y'all, this is a severe case. I've always heard of Munchhausen syndrome. Hey, Jake. How are you, love bug? Molly Cook. Hello. Scary story I'm getting. Oh, I'm sorry, Molly. I know. If you listen, if you're triggered by any of this, which I'm done with that story, so I hope you come back. But I understand you've got to step out, come back to the next live or come back in a few minutes and we'll be on to something else. I wanted to do this story because I think about the people that we've seen online. We know them by name, and some we don't know by name. That every time, sometimes they'll. Okay, Molly, thank you for coming in, honey. Every day they'll come in. And I mean, it'll be like a week, right? That they'll come in straight for a week. And they're in the hospital. Now they're out of the hospital. Now they're back in the hospital. Now they're doing this. Now they're doing that. Now they're still running a fever. Y'all, it's a serious condition. It's serious. Now, I'm not saying everybody who comes in and says, look, I'm back in the freaking hospital, you guys. I'm not saying that they have this. That's not what I'm saying at all. Because my daughter is always in and out of the hospital. You guys, praise God. Thank you, Jesus. She hasn't been in almost a year. But every Thursday, holy hell, we go to the hospital. And listen, I almost got this started happening when she was 14 years old. And I think some of you have heard her speak on it on my channel. She was 14 years old. I kid you not. That child every Thursday, I'm not making that up, and I am not exaggerating, for 5 or 6 months, every Thursday, she was in the emergency room, and then she was admitted to the hospital every Thursday. What do you think that looked like to the doctors? It looked like I wasn't caring for my child. Every Thursday. I'm not lying to you. Not Wednesday, not Friday, on Thursday. Every week. Maggie. Hello, my sweetheart. Can't hear you, Mags. Let me get back to this really quick. So I'm sure I know for a fact to the doctors that looked like I had Munchausen syndrome, right? That I was harming my child. And listen, thank God for doctors who think that way. Was I mad? No. I wasn't mad about that. Here's what I was mad at. I was begging them to figure it out, because I had a list of every time she had a shot. Now, it couldn't be proven that I gave her a shot, right? I had a list of all of her blood sugars that I was checking 5 times a day, not once, not twice, not 3, but 5 times a day. When she woke up, when she went to sleep, and before every meal. That's 5 times a day I'm pricking her little finger, okay? At 14 years old. I had a list of all of that, right? But yet somehow my daughter kept going into DKA, which is diabetic ketoacidosis, which is highly lethal and a death sentence for a diabetic. All this keto stuff you guys hear about out there, and it's putting you in a ketoacidosis, that's okay for someone without diabetes. If you've got diabetes, it's a death sentence to do that. Okay? I'm begging for help. I didn't know what else to do. So, of course, the doctor said to me, you know, if this keeps happening, we're going to send DHS out. I was like, looky here, motherfucker. I'm going to need you to send DHS out. I'm going to need one of those emergency doctors to come out. I'm going to need her endocrinologist to come out. I'm going to need all you folks to come into my house about Wednesday and just sit there and watch what happens between Wednesday and Thursday when I actually bring her in here. Do you know what it came down to, you guys? Do you guys want to know what was putting her in the hospital every week? Her period. She started at a young age, and then because of her diabetes, it stopped. At 14 years old, you should be having monthlies. She was not. Her body was still trying to do that, and it couldn't because it stunned her in a way. So when they figured that out, you guys, when they figured that out and they put her on a birth control pill that started her again and regulated her again, guess what? My baby wasn't in the hospital anymore. And that's all I asked for. But it actually took us, I mean, I saw every specialist doctor there was to see, and I understood it took them a while to figure it out. But it wasn't until a GYN came in and said, she needs to be having monthlies. This is not good. And so there's that. The minute all that's her. But even today, you guys, my daughter's 39 years old now. And if she gets a cold, her sugar's going high. If she starts her monthly, her sugar's going high. If she gets just the sniffles or an allergy, her sugar's going high. You guys see it? She comes in here and I'm like, what's going on, babe? My sugar's low. My sugar's high. And we get her through it. She goes back to bed. I am so thankful, even though that was hard as a mama to hear, because I was doing everything I could. I went to all the classes. We came back from Germany 3 months early because my child was sick, and I knew it was either cancer or diabetes. I knew it was one of those. Thank God it was diabetes. And I got put in the hospital with her. We were in the hospital for 3 days, got her sugar normal. She was 747 when she was diagnosed. Of course, it had gone up by the time I got her to the hospital because I took her out for ice cream. And I stayed in that hospital with her, the Children's Hospital here in Indianapolis, because we were living in Germany. We got Red Cross back to the States, and she went into the Children's Hospital here because my sister lived here in Indy, and that's the only home it's the only place I had to go. You know, I didn't have another home. All my stuff was in Germany, and we stayed for 3 days. They got her regulated. They taught me how to give shots. They taught her how to give shots. She practiced on me. I practiced on her. It was terrible. Not going to lie, it was terrible. I remember just standing up in that room. There was only 3 of us parents there whose children were just, the other 2 kids had to have a school physical, and that's how they found out they were diabetics. My kid was in complete ketoacidosis, diabetic ketoacidosis. And I remember them like teaching me how to count sugar, how to count carb, how to count this, and how to eat, and what consists of a snack, and all this stuff. What they don't tell you is that, yeah, for the normal diabetic, that all may work. Like the normal diabetic, you got to have 3 meals a day with a snack in between each meal and a snack before you go to bed. That didn't work for my daughter, you guys. That doesn't work for my daughter. And then the lady who was giving us the nutritional facts, she was a diabetic. She's like, so you got to have a snack, right? So you could have this many potato chips, or she said, my weakness is a peanut Reese's peanut butter cup. She said, look at the grams of sugars and fats and all this stuff in it. She said, it's the same. I choose to have this Reese's peanut butter cup. So I'm thinking, okay, I could do this. I could do this, you guys. That was before the internet really, really boomed. It wasn't like I could go to Google and start figuring this shit out. No, I was getting a crash course with my kid. And then every day was a new thing. And then they figured out my kid, the American Diabetes Association will tell you today that they're coming to find out there's a type 1 and there's a type 2 diabetes. My child's a type 1, which means she's insulin dependent. They're now coming to find out there's actually a type 3. There's a type that no matter what you do, they cannot regulate. Just like regular people say, I'm insulin deficient, or they're sugar deficient, or something like that. The same thing happens with my daughter. So it's really, really hard to regulate her. When she went in for her transplants, her heart, they gave her a heart first. She went back upstairs, rested for a couple hours, made sure the heart was good to go, took her right back down, gave her the kidney. The plan was to also give her a pancreas transplant. The problem with the pancreas transplant is that there's no guarantees with that. There's zero guarantees. It works for some, it doesn't work for others. And because the type of diabetes my daughter has, where it's really hard to regulate it, they didn't think it was going to work anyways. But the worst that could happen by giving her a new pancreas is that one would shit out too, and she'd still have to take insulin for the rest of her life, right? When they got in to give her kidney, now, like I told you before, her body kind of quit growing at a certain age, right? Now, I mean, she's a little short shit, but that's not, I'm talking about her insides quit. She's probably she's got the size organs of like a 12-year-old. Okay. So it had stunned her. And when they went to go put in her kidney, y'all, they had to break her pelvis to get the kidney in. Because of all the trauma that her body had to go through to put the two organs into place, they were just like, forget it. We're not going to do the pancreas. Maybe in 5 years we'll do the pancreas. That's her decision. She's 6 years out of this right now. Let me answer this question to Molly, and then I'm going to let Maggie say good morning to all of y'all. I'm sorry I'm taking up so much time on this. So what were her symptoms while you were in Germany that let you know she was so sick? So the first thing was she dropped about 30 pounds in 30 days. I mean, boom, just gone. Now, she was being bullied at school. She was a little chubby, you know what I mean? I wouldn't say she wasn't a fat kid, but she was chubby, you know what I mean? And her sister was stick thin. That's hard to deal with. And she was being bullied at school, and she told me that she wanted to do something about her weight. And I was like, okay, not a big deal. We'll just start exercising more. We'll go on. She learned how to ride a bike. I was like, I'll go on bike rides with you. We'll start walking. We walked all the time. Anyways, when you live in Germany, you just either bike ride or walk. Okay. So all of a sudden this weight disappeared. Now I'm feeding that youngin at my table. We didn't just sit around the house and eat. We sat at the table as a family and we ate together. So I knew my youngin was eating. There wasn't any of this thought that she was in there puking up food or not eating. I was there because after that, me and the girls would get up, we'd clean up the dinner table, we'd do the dishes, we'd go sit down, watch TV. So she dropped all that weight. The next thing that happened was the hair. Now, my child, this is no joke, my child's hair was down to the top of her butt. So of course I'm brushing my girls' hair all the time. I always kept it braided. I always kept it put up. Their hair was always beautiful and I kept it very neat. But y'all, I brushed her hair and it was just gobs coming out of her head. And that's when I got sick. That's when I was like, something's really wrong here. And I didn't say anything to her. I didn't say anything to anybody, not my husband, nobody. The next thing that started happening, and this all happened, you guys, within like 45-day period. Next thing that started happening was she didn't want to go outside with her brothers and sisters anymore. She didn't want to go play. She just wanted to lay on the couch, watch TV. Okay. The next thing that started happening was she started bedwetting. My child was completely potty trained. I got to say this, woohoo, all except for, no, even baby, at 2 years old, right at 2 years old, we started potty training. Took me 3 weeks to potty train all my kids. Baby child was quicker because we lived in the country. He just walked around and peed outside all the time. So easy. But anyways, she was 9 years old, peeing the bed. Started peeing the bed. I never got onto her. Never said anything. I just cleaned it up and I was watching. Then the hair just kept coming off. She was losing more weight. And I finally told my husband, I said, I got to go home. And I said, something's wrong with her. Something's really wrong and I'm scared. And I'm not. Here was my deal. I could have taken her to the hospital in Germany. What they would have done is when they figured out that her blood sugar was that high, they would have probably put her at Landstuhl or maybe even at Wiesbaden Hospital, and they would have regulated her sugar, but they would have medevaced her home. That would have meant I would have had to leave 2 of my children in Germany with somebody who I didn't trust them with, their father. So I just told him, I said, I got to go home. I want to go home. We're due to PCS out of this place in 90 days anyways. I'm going home. I'm going home. And so anyways, we got on a military flight. Cost us all $10 each. We rode a big-ass C-31 or whatever back, riding in jump seats all the way back to the States. Had to wear earplugs in their ears and with the soldiers. It wasn't a fun trip, but my kids were troopers. And we made it back to the States and made it to Indy finally because we flew into Dover, Delaware. I had to get over here to Indy. So I took a Greyhound bus with my children and I got into here. And I made her an appointment right away. And I took her up to Fort Ben Harrison, which is in Indianapolis. And at that time, they still had a hospital. I took her there. Good morning, Donna. Good morning, lunch lady. Took her there. And there was this cocky son of a bitch doctor. And I knew my child was sick. Y'all, you could... Yes, baby. There's C right there, you guys. This is who I'm talking about, C. You could not hold her hand without her wincing in pain. Her bones were just that sore. You couldn't. Her Uncle Randy, who's 6'4", big old bear guy, he would pick her up and she would immediately start crying. And he put her right down. He's like, what the hell's wrong with your daughter? Got her into the doctor, and he's doing this physical stuff. Her feet were killing her. And I was like, look, I know what it is. It's either cancer or it's diabetes. Diabetes runs like water through my family and her father's family. I said, cancer runs through my family. And so I know it's one of them. And he's like, oh, you're just, moms always think the worst. I was like, I'm not thinking the worst. I said, I know what it is. I know what the signs are. I said, I was scared it was leukemia, really. I said, I'm praying for diabetes, but it could be leukemia. I'm a doctor. When you're a mom, you're a sort of a doctor. I'm going to tell you that right now. You got your PhD in MOM. So he's like, I was like, look, he just condescending motherfucker. And I was like, look here. I said, you go ahead and take some blood. You take every bit of blood that you need to take at least a test for leukemia, and whatever you got to do for a test for diabetes, you take it all, because I'm not bringing her back here if you break a bile. That's been done to me before. Said I'm not bringing her back. So you take every bit of you need. You got one shot to get it from her, and that's it. Call me when you get some results. They took the blood. He didn't like me. I didn't like him. I was waitressing at Denny's. After we got done doing all that, the doctor, I was so proud of my girl. She just let him take the blood. She just dealt with the pain that he put her through, grabbing her hands and scratching her feet and all that, and took her to Denny's. And I asked her, I said, you want some ice cream? She really didn't, but I was like, have an ice cream, babe. She took a couple sips. She wanted some cheese fries. So I got her some, I didn't like many doctors. I got her some cheese fries and with some chili on it and some ranch dressing. We ate that, and so we were staying, like I said, with my sister in her apartment. By the time I got back to the apartment, it was about an hour and a half since we had been to the hospital. And my sister was just white as a ghost when I walked in, and she's like, where have you been? This is before cell phones. I was like, what the hell are you talking about? I was at the doctor and ran by work, got her something to eat. And she said, listen, her doctor called and he needs you to call right away. Like right now, call. And I got scared, you guys. I got so scared. And I was like, I don't know if I can call. And she said, you got to call. And I was like, you call. And she said, no, you're going to call. He's already talked to me. You call. So she stood right there and I made that phone call. And he said, look, I'm sad to say you were right. He said, I've already got her admitted into the Children's Hospital in Indianapolis. He said, I'm going to send an ambulance out right now to get her. They're on standby already to get her. And he said, we've got to get some insulin into her right away. There's no reason why she shouldn't be in a coma. And then, Mama Bear kicks in. And I was like, oh, no, that's not how this is going. I was like, thank you for, getting her all set up at the hospital. I appreciate that, but I'm going to get my baby there. And he said, no, we really need an ambulance. I said, no, I really need some time with my daughter because her life just changed. I have to explain to my daughter what shots are and why she's going to have to give herself several a day. And that's what I did. I drove her to the hospital. He told me to pack a bag that I would stay in the hospital and go through classes with her. And we packed up for 3 days. We got on the road right away, and I explained all the way there as best I could about how life changed and that we're going to be okay. But the best part of this was she was going to start finally feeling better. She was going to feel good, and her hair was going to quit falling out. And she was going to be okay, and it wasn't going to hurt anymore. We did get lost. We did. It took us like probably 30 minutes. We drove all 465 people. But anyways, there's that. So I wanted to answer that question. That's C. Andersony, the lady I'm talking about now, you guys. No, it took 30 minutes longer than it should have taken, C. That's the lady I'm talking about. That's my oldest daughter right there, C. Andersony. It's her story. It's her story. But that's just a little bit of it. Maggie, Are you there?
Morning, Lee. Can you hear me?
Can hear you. How are you, love bug?
I'm okay. I've been lying here listening to you. I'm like a little snowman. I've got a hoodie on, all fluffy. I've got the hood up and just my nose sticking out.
Oh, so
I've
you look
got
like
me.
Randy. You look
Oh,
like
I'm
Randy.
freezing. Ew.
Randy.
Who's
Ralphie's
Angie?
little brother on A Christmas Story. Remember how they bundled him all up and he fell
No,
in the
haven't
snow?
seen it. Haven't seen
What?
it.
I can't be her
Haven't
friend.
seen it.
You guys come get
You'll have
Maggie.
to send me the name of it so I can watch
Oh my
it.
God, I cannot be your friend. It's an American classic.
Oh, you're gonna have to show me. You're gonna have to tell me then, aren't you? Because I haven't got a clue. But anyway, I look like a little yeti. I'm in the bed, and my nose is red raw. It's so cold out there. Listen to this, right? I take my hat off to these older people going back to the days when you had to go outside to your toilet. Listen, I woke up early hours to go to put away. You should have seen. My spine problems didn't come into it. I liked it from this bed to the bathroom. I was shivering. I was holding me night. I was like holding my t-shirt nicely to me, like that. It was awful, and all I could think about was those poor people. How did they do it? Like
I
getting up in a
I have
freezing refrigerator's house,
well,
having
they
to
had a
make
pot by
fire.
their bed. They didn't have to run across the room.
Yeah, but some people did. They went
And
to
some people
outside
had to go
toilets.
outside, but I think they all pretty much all had a pot next to their bed.
Oh, well, I'd have had to pop out in bed because I'm telling you now, even the thought of getting out of bed there, having to do that in the cold, it's freezing. My car, I looked out the window. My car just looks like a block of ice. I couldn't even see the windows.
Messy Jessie said you guys were supposed to get more snow. Did you get it?
No, the last we had was, I think last week, 1 o'clock in the morning, it was coming down, big flakes, and it was completely white. 2 days it was gone. But it said like it's getting really cold. It's like an ice rink.
Yeah.
It's like glass. It's freezing.
Well, the temperature's dropping now. When I first came on, it was 19 degrees. It's now 18 degrees. It's going to drop all day, and our snow should
Well,
be coming in pretty soon.
ours was -4, and I looked it up. That's 24 for you. So
Yes.
24 Fahrenheit you are, aren't you? So is Fahrenheit, is it degrees Fahrenheit? That's what you are. So 24 for you, and it's -4 for us.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so it's about the
Yeah,
same. Ann's place said it's
isn't
lunchtime here for everyone. 18 cats, 4 dogs, 28 chickens, and a grown ass son. So I got to go see to everyone eats.
Oh my God, we're
I love
seeing
Ann.
cats.
Ann, I love
Oh
you.
God, I
Have a
still
good day.
meaning to send out something for them cats and dogs and chickens and
I
everyone.
know. I haven't figured it out either how to do we have to send it through
And
what
did
did
you
she
say you
say?
take PayPal on? I can't remember.
No, they don't
With for
have it. She
Christmas,
said
wasn't
we
it?
have to send
Oh,
it through Western Union or something like that.
what's that?
Hi,
I don't know how to do
Joel.
that. What's that?
Western
Hi,
Union?
Joe Bell. Oh, I don't know how to do anything like that, Dale.
It's how people used to before PayPal and Cash Apps. It's how people used to get money within the hour. So if I don't know about how it goes overseas, but like if my nephew across the states needed $100, I would go to the store that does Western Union. I would fill out the paper for who it goes to, uh, where it's coming from, la la la. I'd write a check for $100, give it to him, and then like within the hour, he could go to his Western Union there and then pick up the $100. That's how
Well,
cash used.
surely there's got to be an easier way now online to do that.
Yeah, but they don't get. Ann's place doesn't have cash apps or anything over there. I don't understand it,
Mm.
but she said she doesn't. Maybe we'll have to look it up for her. Maybe she should
Yeah,
ask
look
her
into
son.
it.
I feel like her son would know better. Hi,
Yeah,
Jovel.
I'm.
Maggie, can you give
Yeah,
me a
I'm
break?
sure if. Yeah, go on,
All
girl. You
right.
going for the week?
I'm gonna go for a wee. I'm gonna figure out
kind of smoke.
why Wednesday's whining, which means she probably has to poop again.
Oh,
And then smoke. That's what I'm doing. A dairy.
go on,
Up ERB, Maggie.
go on, go on, go on, go on.
Do you want me to put on a song? We both went
Oh, I've
on.
had my mic turned off. I've had my mic turned off and I've been talking.
I was like, how are we both going on?
Go on, I'm all right.
All right.
Go. Oh, I'm just sorry, Michael. Good morning, everyone. Oh, I'm so dizzy, aren't I? So dizzy. Yeah, so it's freezing here. Lizzo, what's it like for you? Because you're more out in the sticks than I am. Have you got snow? Because it's absolutely, I mean, we'd have a cheek to complain because lunch lady, it's really bad for you, isn't it? Oh, these icy conditions. There's just so many accidents as well, isn't there? Our our hospitals are trying to be present. Our hospitals here are, I was told last night about this, that they're on lockdown, not like a lockdown, some type of code. The hospitals are full. The corridors have got kinds of trolleys with people on them everywhere. There's just no beds, no room anywhere for anyone. So that's awful, isn't it? Because I mean, how many people, these poor old people, my heart bleeds, you know, it ends up in hospital around this time of year. Little babies who get bronchitis and bronchiolitis, whatever it's called, this time of year, and the hospitals are on lockdown. I mean, is that happening anywhere else? I didn't even know this. I knew it was bad. I knew it was bad that you know if you go to hospital, expect to be there 3 days in the A&E department. But now I'm told they're closed. It's on some type of code. Lizzo's still got snow on the ground, thick ice, and chuff and freezing. Oh, girl. Thank God our snow's gone, but it's like everywhere's shining. It's so cold, isn't it? If you got to go out anywhere, Liz, because got to be careful, having your look. Even just walking from the house to the car, that's it. That's the only online thing allowed here. And says, really, Anne? So it can be done online though, because I wouldn't have a clue. I wouldn't have a clue. That's the only thing allowed there. God, that's and is that for definite? And does your son has your son looked into it and all that? Because you think it'd be more, you know, more out there with available ways to get things to you, wouldn't you? Hiya, Joe Bell. Hiya, Mary Jane Dow. Good to see you, love. RC, good to see you. You're very quiet. Very quiet, RC. I'm not complaining. I like it when you're quiet. Well, not when you're quiet, because when you're quiet, I get worried. Especially as you haven't told me to shut up either. But I suppose that's coming. Lunch lady says I can't put my arms down. Oh God. Hey, I didn't see Jake in here. I seen was it Lunchy saying hello to him? Yeah. I didn't see him in here, unless he was in here and he's gone. I'm sure he has, because I know he would have said hello. What have you been up to, Wild Angel? You being busy, girl, doing your dog food? Sorry, hold on a sec. The lunch lady said we've got about 7 inches of snow. Oh God, then freezing rain on top of it. Nothing has melted yet. It's so cold. We haven't had school all week. We are supposed to get 4 inches this weekend. Woohoo! I hope no work next week. So how fast does it melt? How fast is the thaw? Does it warm up pretty quick, lunch lady? Yes, it can. Yes, what did I say, Anne? I forgot. Um, let's have a look what I said. Oh, I can't look what I said because I'm speaking. See what I mean? Oh, tell me what I. Yes, I can. Anne. What do you mean? Please, love. Yeah, I was listening to Leonie talk about that. I can't even say it. Munchhauser's. How sad is that, their way? Because it's still a condition, isn't it? Regardless of it being all in their minds and it's a way of their getting attention. It's still it's still very serious. It's still a very bad mental health condition. We used to have a sort of a friends of a friend, and she had children, and they were, self included, were always in the hospital for hours upon hours getting tests done for whatever she'd gone in with, and they'd come back and they'd be put on antibiotics. Then they wouldn't give them anything. Then she'd cause murder because they were saying, they couldn't find anything, it was in the mines and blah blah. She always had the kids in sick, saying this was wrong with them, that was wrong with them, and it was just constant all the time. And it is a condition. We used to always worry that the kids were going to end up getting taken off her because she adores her children. Do you know what I mean? But it wasn't as if the kids were sick and she was making them sick. I mean, it was her doing. Like you've seen these mothers. I've seen loads of YouTubes on it where they've been caught on camera, like giving the baby salt or something. But that wasn't the case with her. She was saying they were sick, taking them to the hospital, sitting there for hours. There's nothing wrong because she used to do Facebook, posts and say, "Oh, my babies are sick. They haven't been well for days." Blah blah blah, and everyone would be like, "Oh my God, that's so sad. I hope they're okay. They're always sick. God help them." And there was a lot of attention, but she just spent years upon years in the A&E with the kids, and we could never find anything, which is just sad, isn't it? Because it is, regardless, it is an illness. Well, let's have a look. Where am I? Hello, Jake. Was you in earlier, Jake, and you left? I did say hello, love, when I seen Lunchy saying hello to you too. What have you been up to, Jake? Have you found any wonderful things with your magnet fishing? Let me know. I haven't even been able to get round to going over and looking. I'm sorry about that, but I will do as soon as I get a minute. It's been a bit manic here since the new year. We just before the new year we had a death in the family, and we've had two since we've hit the new year. So there's two funerals straight away. It's been awful, and I always seem to get the message to let everyone know. So that's what I've been doing. And then I've just been sending what they've sent to me on to everyone else. And then I get calls and messages. Where is it? Who's going to be there? Is so and so going? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I haven't got a clue. I only know what you know. So I had quite a heavy day with that yesterday. But thanks, Jake. The the they're my cousins. They're my first cousins. My mum's nieces and nephews. They are so three cousins. So one of my mum's sisters, two of her children have passed away. They're older. They're not children. But I didn't see them that often. It's one of them. You see them at funerals and weddings. The only time we all seen each other. And I've got a huge family, but we only see each other, as I say, funerals and weddings. Sad, isn't it? It's sad. So yeah. So there's one of them is like a good bit out. He lives quite a far distance. The other one's not too bad. But yeah, going out in this cold. Hi, beautiful Maggie. Hi, beautiful G. How are you, love? Tell me. Oh, BRB. Okay, G. See you in a minute, love.
See you in a minute, love.
Where's our JB? Where's she hiding?
Where's our JB? I don't know. Lunch lady,
She,
get on it. Where's our
is she
JB?
okay? Once you get over, check JB out. You hear the dog snoring?
Lunch lady, you know what? I'll have to tell you in message. You remember what we were talking about yesterday, Maggie? What I needed for a sound bite? Lunch lady will find it for me. She'll
A
find it.
witch.
I'll tell you later.
Okay.
Joe Bell, have a good day. Thank you for coming in. It's so good to see you, honey. So good to see you. How's everybody doing? Everybody okay? Listen, you guys. Maggie, let me bring this up if you don't mind. Let me look for something. Hold on.
Go on, girl.
Go on, girl.
Go on, girl.
Go on, girl.
Go on, girl. Fill your boots. Fill your boots, lady. I don't know. I don't know what language I'm talking
Did you
now,
guys
but
hit
I'm
the like?
having a go.
Maggie, did everybody hit the like, including you? I'm just curious.
Oh, hang on a minute. Lunch lady, shoot now, JB. Can get keep snoozing. I'm busy talking to Jay. Oh, there's a love triangle going on here.
The
Let me
love
just
triangle.
tell you, JB and Lunchy hitting on Jay, right? There's a bit of a love triangle, but you know what? Didn't I love him first? Can you just tell her? I loved him first before you, Lunchy. Even Jake says it. Even Jake says it. I loved him first. I loved him first.
You loved him first?
I loved him first.
Oh, that's so
That's it.
sweet.
That's it. I know. I know. And even he knows because he told me you love me first, Maggie.
Oh,
My heart went like that. Poof, poof, like that. It was banging in my chest. You just don't understand.
get down, little
Girl
girl.
on Flora. Where is she now? I want to know. Every time, every time I send a message to Jake on, and they were like a post, she turns up with her eyes looking at me. There's murder going on over Jake. Jake must be loving this. Which murder was going on over me?
This mudda.
What you say?
Jake barely even talks to me.
Yeah, well, why should he? It's got us. It's got me. Why? She's not two timing me with you. It's already three. It's already two timing me, three timing me. It's not four timing me, Lee. You've
Look
got
at
every fella
RC
under the
said.
sun.
RC said she loves everybody first, then last.
Listen, RC, I'll always love you, regardless. I will always, and I will always love you. You know that, RC. I'll always. You're my first, my last, my everything.
Oh, puke.
Okay? Shut up, Leanie.
Shut up, Maggie. Let me bring this up. This is
I
what's
think you
happening
were so
right
romantic in the day, you know. I reckon you were so romantic. I
now. No, I
can
wasn't.
see it. Yeah, you was.
I was.
Oh, Gail, listen to me. I went to bed watching this last night. I was devastated. How awful is this?
It's terrible. This is going on right now, you guys. Let me show you. This is can we
Can you
drop
click to make the screen bigger in the corner of it?
can we drop the copyright, please?
Oh, God, I'm gone.
I don't have it on this thing anymore. I don't know why, but I got rid of it. Probably because I knew the mods have it. But let me just read
Is
this.
that right? Is that right? I put it across the bottom.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Oh my
Uh
God, I can't believe it, Titty.
Rose got it. She'll put it in if she's not having her dinner yet. Um, Let me just read this. Fair use disclaimer. Copyright Act of 1976 gives allowances for this content to be used. Thank you, Lunch Lady. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, research. All right, don't come at me, YouTube. I'm just showing some stuff that's going on. California. Y'all, I have, and Maggie, I've been watching this too, and that's as big as I can
Oh,
make
it's
it, Maggie.
terrible. Can't you click on the screen of it? And you it's like a little square block, and if you click on it, it'll fill the whole screen.
Y'all hear little, is that it?
Let's see, hang on.
Nope, that's as big as it's gotten.
Now you see the screen, the picture, not where the chat is. You see where it says CNN.
Mm-hmm.
Go to that right hand corner, and there's something there you should be able to click on, and it'll remove the chat and just fill the screen with that. Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
Click the chat off.
Okay. All right, let's listen
There
to
you
this,
go.
you guys.
Flames. But I mean, it's just surreal. I mean, look at this, even a small thing like this tree.
You'll have to turn up your
burning
own
from the
volume
inside.
because this is as loud as I can get it.
Oh my God, how bad is this?
So on this block, I count 1, 2. I mean, all the houses on this side are gone. Now the fire, look, this house is engulfed. It's very much likely that this house will be next because these winds are now just whipping onto this house.
Sucks that I can't.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear
It
it?
is just
Okay?
devastating.
Y'all look at that. And it's 0% contained. 0. They have none contained.
And what's so surreal is look down the block. It is block after block here in this area in Altadena. I mean, there's a huge fire there, burning several houses. Any other time, there would be fire crews blocking off this entire area. But there's just too many fires, and they've just got it's triage. We come upon Captain Chris Dinelli of the LA Fire Department. His crew have been out more than 24 hours. How's water? I mean, obviously, Palisades have had water issues.
Our hydrant ran dry about 2 minutes ago.
Wow.
And is that the water pressure issue, or
because there's so many engines tapping the grid and multiple grids, we're basically just taking all the water out of the grid.
So what do? I mean, you want to fight these fires.
We do have water tenders, vehicles that shuttle water to us that carry 2,500 gallons of water. But again, they're stretched thin as well. So they have a lot of demand placed on them.
So on a scene like this right now, what can you do?
We are looking at houses that we can save. So things that we can do, we can clear brush away from fences, things that we can do with our hands or with tools. And we just help some homeowners get out. So first thing is rescue operations. We want you out. Houses can be replaced, all that, lives cannot.
What's the latest?
Well, 5 dead, likely more, just complete and utter devastation. I've been in a lot of these fires, a lot, going back to Paradise, and this approximates Paradise. It's not a numeric, it's just a feeling, sense of loss, place, belonging.
Still no containment.
No, we're at 0 containment. The winds have been a little bit more favorable, as you've seen in the last few hours. So we've got the helicopters back up. We've got some fixed wing aircraft. Out on the coasts, it's a little different. It's pretty intense. We have 23 aerial assets just at the Palisades, but a lot of them are not operational because of those winds. So it's a combination of challenges. That said, we've depleted all our resources. Northern California, we'd already pre-positioned on Sunday. Hundreds of personnel, special units, water tenders, dozers, engines, helicopters, and it wasn't enough. And now we're getting the mutual aid system, the EMAC system. Governors from all across the country are calling. Oregon sending a few dozen engines, and in Arizona, Utah. We're just grateful for all the support.
A lot of these firefighters I was talking to on the street, they've been working, 26, 27 hours. Are they that's just going to continue? I mean, there's enough folks here.
Yeah, I mean, we got a few thousand people working on this, and luckily we were fully staffed. U.S. Forest Service is staffed up traditionally at this time of year.
Yes,
Remember,
this
we're
is
in
fair
spring weather.
use. Thank you
It's supposed
so
to be
much,
wet this time of
guys.
year.
It's supposed to be wet.
This
I
is
mean, so
Anderson
this is,
Cooper
this is
of
anomalous.
CNN. It's
Even,
actually
remember,
a couple hours old
Paradise
now.
happened in November. I mean, so there's no fire season in California. It's year round, but to have this level, the acuity of fires is without precedent. These winds are without precedent, and the challenge is these winds are going to continue on and off, a little bit less intense. Last night you got 80, 90-mile-an-hour winds. These guys were just up there to try to mitigate the embers going 2 miles and getting just to go a quarter of a mile to try to save some.
What is the situation with the water? Obviously, in Palisades, it ran out last night in the hydrants. I was talking to the firefighter on this block. They left because there was no water in the hydrant here.
The local folks are trying to figure that out. I mean, just when you have a
Imagine.
system where it's not dissimilar to what we've seen in other extraordinarily large scale fires, whether it be pipe, electricity, or whether it just be the complete overwhelm of the system. I mean, those hydrants are typical for 2 or 3 fires, maybe 1 fire. You have something at this scale, but again, that's going to be determined by the local
authorities. Were saying part of it is the gravity, that it's these giant tanks on top of the mountains, which.
Yeah, well, they're going down. We were just with the team. They're getting the tenders down to pack.
All right, guys. Can you guys hear me? I can't see my.
Yeah, we can hear you, Lee.
Okay. Y'all, this isn't getting any better, and it's not going to get any better for a while. I mean, they've got more winds coming in on Sunday, Monday. Nothing's contained. The Palisades fire is not contained yet. The Hollywood Hills fire is not contained yet. That means they don't. There's not any part that they've got under control. They've got no parts of this under control yet. The winds are coming back. They may not be prayerfully, they will not be hurricane strength winds, but the winds are coming back. They're due
So
in.
RC says, sorry, Lee.
Go ahead.
RC says, trust me, it's a lot of shit, but it has to do more like the stupidity of our government.
I think I understand a little bit of what RC is saying about this. If you guys listen to the they did a last night I was watching, they did a what do you call it? They had a presser, and they had everybody there that could be there, you guys, except the president of the United States, who already came in and stopped any water and shit that was going to be able to be spread because it was a no-fly zone when the president's there. But hey, that's neither here nor there anymore. But everybody that could be there was there. And I heard a lot of shit that that I just shook my head at. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I couldn't fucking believe what I was hearing. Here's my problem. Okay. Now, do I believe that it started out, that I don't know how it started. Some say it started with who knows? I don't know. We haven't gotten that far yet. I do believe a lot of this is arson now, but at this point it doesn't matter. It's so widespread now. There's no way to do more damage unless you're going to go to another community and start a fire there, which is I think how some of this started. That's just my opinion. But listen, I heard last night that Trump actually said back when that they needed that California should be putting, I don't know how, I don't remember how he said it, but something about storing water that could be used in cases like this. And Newsom, who is their governor, said no.
Wow.
Yeah. And here's the other thing that I couldn't understand about this. Do you guys remember when Hawaii broke out in all that fire and we lost basically a whole island just about? Remember that? And we were all just floored, like nobody still has an answer to me where all the people went. But that's a whole other thing. There's a lot of people that nobody talks about or even that they're missing. I think there's something a little squirrely there, but That's my
Yeah.
opinion. But anyways, those people were offered $700. Here you go.
Oh my
$700 to
God.
help you rebuild. The fires that happened in North Carolina, you guys, here comes FEMA with their $700 checks. Now, I'm saying that facetiously. It didn't actually happen like that, but you could apply. You got federal help with $700, right? How about the president comes in and says, we are 100% taking care of all of this. We're 100% gonna do the cleanup, 100% for this, which is gonna take weeks and weeks to clean up, right? We're 100% gonna fund this, that, and the other. I couldn't fucking believe it. And here's why. Now, a rich person's money is just as good as my money. Okay? My big money, little money, it doesn't matter. Money's money, right? If we have all earned that money in whatever way, or if life just gave us a huge blessing and we found ourselves as a big star in Hollywood, good on you. I don't begrudge anybody from making money any way they can, including prostitution. If we go through the list, I don't know if anybody's gone through the list yet of the celebrities. Now, a lot more than just celebrities, you guys have lost their, more real people like you and me have lost their houses here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Especially elderly people. This is an old part of California. Understand that. There was a couple out there that their house burned to the ground, you guys, straight to the ground. They were 85 years old. They both had a great, I saw them on some news program. They were devastated, but they were like, look, we're both resilient. We raised our kids there, our grandkids there. It was our home since we were married, all this other stuff. They said, but you know what? This is just another chapter in our life. And it's sad. And we don't know what the next, you know what I mean? But here's the problem. This is prime rib real estate, you guys. Prime rib. If you've got any properties in here that are getting burned up, you're at least a millionaire without buying the house. After the house is bought, you're still a millionaire. All of those houses on Pacific Palisades that were burnt, y'all, you know how many times I've driven on that road? I can't tell. I was on that road in September. Anyways, those houses that are sitting on the beach are multi-million-dollar homes. We're not talking about people here, you guys, that don't have money. And I'm not saying because they have money, they deserve this. I'm not saying that at all. But tell me why we're going to nationally go in 100% take care of these communities, 100%. When they said in the, this is what happens when there's a catastrophe, the governor, the congressman for that state, they all go before Congress and the White House and stuff like that. And they present something to Congress to say, hey, we need at least this much funding to get us out of the shit that we're in, right? It's unheard of that Congress says we're going to fund it 100%. Tell me why we're funding 100% to millionaires, yet the guys that are living like you and me
Exactly. It comes from the poor to take it from
are
poor
getting
people.
$700.
Yeah.
Somebody explain that to me. Government only put in 50%, 75%. All those people where that flood happened, where the hurricane came all the way up to freaking South Carolina, Virginia, Tennessee, hurricane. It's unheard of, but it happened. It's never happened before, but it happened. They didn't get 100% funding.
Oh my God.
But we're funding billionaires 100%. What's happening? If you guys
Richie
think,
Wolf says California diverts the rain and snow melt into the ocean.
do what? I'm sorry.
Richie Wolf, I put it on the screen,
Oh,
says California diverts the rain and snow melt into the ocean.
yeah.
Oh,
Save to
wow.
smelt this. That's right, Richie. That's exactly what. There it is, right there. Richie has it. That is why Newsom said that they would not pick up water and start containing it for these kind of events. Now, nothing. This is unprecedented. This is news right here. This is history right here. Um,
Yeah.
so, but any little bit of water would have helped them. They're out of water now, you guys. They're tapped out. They're tapped out. None of the fire hydrants are working anymore. There's no water. They're trying to figure that
Oh,
out. I guess we're going to make water now. So, right before another Santa Ana wind comes in. But that's exactly why Newsom, that dude right there, says, no, we can't, Mr. Trump, we can't do that. We can't contain the water like that because we're going to kill the fish. Okay. So we care more about the fish than we do humans. Now, I'm sorry, PETA. Don't come at me. But if I had a choice to save any animal, including my own, and a human life, I'm saving the human life all day, every day. I am. Some people may not agree with me. Maybe they're going to save an animal's life. But I'm telling you right now, if it comes to fucking fish and protecting properties, whether it be in California or be over in North Carolina or any place like that, if we're gonna protect fish instead of protecting human life, we're fucked up. Fucked up. You are correct, Richie. That is why. Let me put this up really quick. Let me drop this down. That's just going to play over and over again. I want to show you guys just in case you haven't Googled it. All right. Two hours ago. Here we go. All right. Let me pull this one up as soon as it will. God, I hope my internet's not going back out. Okay, there it is. All right, here we go. Let me pull this up really quick, you guys. Now, these are stars. I just want to pull up to you guys the stars who have lost homes in this. And I want you to ask yourself, if this was your neighborhood that is just burning, you watched your house just go up in flames on the TV set, what are you going to be doing? You're going to be scrambling. Like, what am I going to do? Where am I going to take my animals to? Where are we going to sleep tonight? What are we going to do in a week? Like, let's get somewhere, right? You tell me if any of these stars have to worry about that. And I know this is wrong. And maybe I just have no heart. I don't know. Let's look at this real quick. All right. I'm not watching chat, guys. We've dropped another copyright thing in chat.
it's going across the screen anyway. Like,
Fuck me. Today I am ordering different earphones. I can't deal with this. Copyright in chat, you guys allows for fair use and all this other stuff. It's there. YouTube, don't come for me. I've dropped it many times. These are just some Hollywood stars so far. The latest one that came out was Jamie Lee Curtis said 10 hours ago that she lost her home. Now you tell me, let me know if you think that these people are without homes, or do you think that this is just one of their homes? Okay.
Yeah,
Many
just
stars,
one.
right. Many stars were affected as a series of fires ravaged through Los Angeles in early January, with wind gusts toppling 100 miles an hour in the Palisades, Eaton, and surrounding regions. California Governor Newsom declared a state of emergency, forcing more than 30,000 Los Angeles residents to evacuate their homes. Here's a look at the celebrities who have fled in order to protect their families, their lives, and their own. Now, most of these people, you guys, are from the Palisades. Excuse me. I didn't mean to go all country there. Palisades. Eugene Levy. Well, let's just start here. Paris Hilton. Poor Paris. Listen, Paris has got another house somewhere else. I'm not trying to be mean, you guys. This is their money. This is their thing. But we're giving these people who have other houses. This girl right here can go to the nearest hotel. Her name's all over these hotels. Go get you a hotel home, girl. But yet we're giving $700 to regular citizens and not 100% help to get their cities cleaned up and ready to go. All right, so here we go. We're going to bail out Paris Hilton. And if you think the government is paying for this 100%, you're wrong. That's you, me, and everybody else that are paying taxes. How do you think they get their money? They're taxpayer funded. Paris Hilton's beachfront property was destroyed when the Palisades fire made its way to Malibu. The hotel heiress said she was heartbroken beyond words to see her vacation home burned to the grounds on live TV. In a lengthy Instagram statement, she confirmed that her family was safe and her 1111 media impact team was coming up with ways to best support the victims. All right. So there's one that see, she's one of the ones that lost it right there on the beach. Hottie Montag and Spencer Pratt. If you guys remember them from, what was it, Laguna Beach back in the day, they're millionaires, you guys. Announced they were sadly one of the many who lost their homes due to the blaze, with the latter posting just a few yards away from the fiery home. A source later revealed that Montag and Pratt resident burned to the ground. Okay, there's that. Then we've got Leighton Meester and Adam Brody. I don't know who these people are. I think Adam Brody is an actor. I don't know. Listen to this one. Adam Brody and Leighton Meester's lavish $6.5 million home in Los Angeles burned down. Photos obtained by Page 6 showed the couple's five-bedroom, six-bedroom house ravaged by flames. A shot showed the fire bursting through the garage door with the roof completely burned off. Like I said, y'all, listen, I understand their money's just as good as my money. And I do have compassion that their property's burnt. I do have compassion over that. They earned their money, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I bought tickets. You bought tickets. What I'm complaining about is that the government's giving 100% to the cleanup and to federal aid and all, to the aid that's going to go into all of this, the building back, right? Let's see, who else? Anna Faris. Her house burned down. Hollywood star lost her multi-million-dollar mansion. Miles Teller and his wife, Kaylee Teller, lost their dream home. Only a $7.5 million estate. 7.5. Eugene Levy, an actor. He lost his on January the 7th. That he got trapped in traffic due to fleeing residents attempting to leave his Pacific Palisades neighborhood. The smoke looked pretty black and intense over Temescal Canyon, the American Pie star said. I couldn't see any flames, but the smoke was very dark. So that's his. Gone. It was later revealed that Levy's house did not survive the massive fire. Milo, whoever, choked back tears while visiting the remains of his Malibu home. Here you go. There he is. Anthony Hopkins. Sir Anthony Hopkins. Home in Pacific Palisades was reduced to a pile of debris after the fires. There you go. Billy Crystal was also among the growing numbers of stars who've lost their home in California fires. John Goodman lost his home. Cameron Matheson lost his home. Kobe Smulders, don't know who the hell that is. They lost their home too. Oh, How I Met Your Mother star. Okay, lost his home. His was only a $5.6 million house, though. That's not much. Diane Warren, her beach house, she lost it. It's gone. Melissa Rivers. I grabbed my mom's Emmy, a photo of my dad and a drawing my mother had done of me and my son, she said. That's what she grabbed out of her house before it burned to the ground. Carrie Elus, I don't know his name. The Princess Bride star. So he made a lot of money on Princess Bride, I guess. Fergie lost her house. Y'all send out the masses. Ben Affleck. Oh, damn, all that booze went straight up in the air. Ben Affleck. Oh, listen to this. This is sad. Y'all get the tissues? Ben Affleck was forced to evacuate his home and seek safer shelter further away from the impacted area. Just go to your ex-wife's house. The Argo director fled to ex-wife. See, listen. Who knew? Who reportedly lives by since the still friendly exes share 3 kids together. Mandy Moore. She evacuated with her children, her dog and cats. Oh, here's Tom Hanks. Why we're worried about Tom Hanks's house is beyond me, you see, because he's not even a citizen of the United States anymore. Oh, should I have said that? Should I have more compassion? Got nothing. You're who currently resides in Nashville. Not true. Not true at all, unless they move back after the whole Epstein thing. Oh, did I say that? Shit. The neighborhood I grew up in is burning to the ground. Pray for Palisades. Who have owned many homes in Pacific Palisades over the years, including one that was burglarized last fall, had to evacuate, but the home was safe from destruction. Y'all, and it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger. Ricky Lake, she lost her home. Sandra Lee. Looks like hell right now. That's the way I look right now, Sandra. I feel you, dog. She lost her home. James Woods lost his home. He was one of the first stars to come out and say that his home burned. The story that he told on, I think it was CNN, made me choke up a little bit. When he started choking up, I choked up a little bit. And he only started choking up whenever he was talking about his neighbor who they were able to rescue that would have died. He was 90-something years old, I think, and he had dementia. That made me... Mark Hamill.
Sorry, love.
Go ahead.
I read last night, there was a man with a disability. He went back, his sister said he went back in to save his son who had cerebral palsy, and they never made it. He was found dead by his bed.
No, I didn't.
God. Yeah, I read that. Still got the screenshots. I took a screenshot to show you how terrible.
It is. And anyways, the list goes on and on. Steven Gutenberg, Jennifer Love, who, listen, Beyonce's mama, they all lost their homes. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle reported a risk of having to leave their $14 million. Listen, Like I said, I know I am. I should have more compassion. I really should. But the reality is that this is not reality. Don't you think so? It's not reality, right, Max? I mean,
Hmm.
reality is the life we live. That if our houses went up in flames, if our neighborhood went up in flames,
We've got nothing.
we've got nothing
Nothing.
because there's nothing in
Nothing
the
at
bank.
all.
There's nothing in the
No.
bank. Thank God we would still have our jobs because the jobs didn't go
Yeah.
up. You know what I mean?
Insurance is not going to cover it.
No.
It's you've lost
Well,
everything.
I think our insurance will cover it, but it won't cover
Would
everything.
it?
No, yeah, we
I
carry.
thought if it's classed as like an act of God, it's not.
Oh, well,
You've lost.
I don't know that. It could. I don't know.
That's what we get here. If it's if it's like an act of God, like it wasn't someone's fault or anything, then you've lost. You're not covered. I could be wrong though, Lee. Could be wrong.
Lunch lady says my house burned down when I was little. I had to live in a tiny camper. Right.
Oh,
This is reality. It's reality. Those people that were over in North Carolina, that's reality. What's happening right now there, I'm telling you, it's not reality. It's not. Um, and I have a severe problem with the government coming in and saying they're going to take care of 100% of it because that's not the government acts like pat us on the back. We, the government, are going to take care of you. What they should be saying is the American people, they're going to be taking care of you because gas prices are fixing to go up. Insurance is fixing to go up. Everything's fixing to
hmm,
go up. The American, it has nothing to do with the government. The government just
yeah.
tells us how much we have to pay. So that's what's happening. Why not tell the truth? That's that's why we as Americans get shitty because the government, they make all these plans and all these decisions, and it's not even based on them. It's not based on their money. It's based on us and our livelihoods. So let's just tell it like it is for all the world to hear. The American people will pay 100% to get your streets cleaned up, to get you guys the aid that you need. The American people will do it for you. No worries. Right, Mary Jane Doe. It's our money. They just decide what to do with it. And then after that, you know, then they're not getting enough money. So now we got to raise taxes and we've got to raise all this other stuff so that, we can put the money back into the Federal Reserve. It's ridiculous. That's right, RC. Most of them should be happy they survived. You can't take materials with you. Yet in Asheville, they're still finding bodies. Shaking my head. Yes, exactly. Now, I will tell you the people that I do feel sorry for, just like who Maggie just said, that man that went back in for his baby. And he may have been, the baby may have been a grown man. I don't know. But to us, to parents, there are babies. There'll always be our babies. There's a lot of, like I said, this is old properties. And there's a lot of people there that are in their 70s, 80s, 90s. I do feel sorry for them because at that point in your life, oh my God, who wants to start over then? Shit. I say just, go buy you an RV and hit the road. But they need a certain level of stability and comfort. You know what I mean? I guess that they're used to. Now 70, 80-year-olds like Mr. Joe that lives next door, he lives in his little house over there with his little wife and their cute little selves. And he watches bushes attack me and shit. And he laughs. And he's doing just fine. You know what I mean? We act like the government wants us to believe that these people with these 6, 7, 8, $19 million homes their lives are in such disarray now. Wrong. The lives that are in disarray are the elderly people that were lost in these fires, the sick that were lost in these fires. Those are the ones that are the victims of these fires. These other people, you guys, all that was real estate. Prime rib real estate. Right now, none of that real estate is worth too much money. But when it builds up, that $14 million house just became a $30 million house. Watch how this works out. Watch how it worked out. When this is all cleaned up and people start building their house price doubles. I guarantee you. I guarantee you. At the end of this, after the American people have bailed Los Angeles out, they will double their money. Now, do you think those people down in North Carolina who lost all of their stuff are rebuilding a house and they're going to double their money? No, it's not the same real estate as it is over there in California, especially in the Palisades, especially in the Hollywood Hills, Calabasas, all those places. I'm telling you, I don't know how to change it. I don't know if we just got to get louder as the American people. Do not be deceived. Do not be deceived that your government is the one doing this. No, you are the cash flow to the government. The government just is the entity that gets the pat on the back. I don't know how to fix it. How does it work for you guys, Maggie? If your whole neighborhood burns down, what happens? Do you got FEMA that's going to come in there and write a $700 check for you, and then your government
Probably, because we get so much that the government do it that it's disgraceful. Everyone's up in arms over it, over all kinds going on here.
That's correct, RC. They didn't do that with the hurricane hit the East Coast, but that's okay because you know God's watching. That's right. And that's what I'm talking about. They sure as hell, when that stupid hurricane came all the way up, that usually by the time it hits Tennessee, by the time it hits in upper Georgia, upper Florida, it's already a freaking, what do you call it? I can't think. My mind's so jumbled about this. So, anyways, yeah, the hurricane came straight through, and our government didn't give them 100% support. But they're just regular people, you guys. So the rich are getting richer because by the time they build, I'm not stupid. I'm sitting back watching, clean up all that ash, bring in more sand from somewhere. I don't know where. This will be fine. They're going to rebuild, and their houses double. So they're making money. But in the meantime of that, the government's going to pull them out by using the American people to do it. The rich get richer, the poor get poorer. It's true. Tropical storm. Thank you, lunch lady. Bet you Oprah's house didn't burn. Oh, it's just nonsense. It's nonsense. Do not be deceived, you guys. Do not be deceived. I'm sure RC could talk much better, more eloquently, and much more knowledgeable than I ever could about what all's going on. I understand what's going on. It's hard for me to put it in words, and I'm not that educated, to tell you the truth. Barbara Smith says the insurance companies about 3 months ago canceled fire insurance for the lot of people in California. Wonder why? Wonder why? And I'm not saying that anybody knew this was coming. You know, I do believe there's some arson involved. They couldn't predict the date or the time, but it's a known fact. It's a dry area. It doesn't get much. Listen to what James Wood says. Let me just pull that up, Maggie, because I think he says it best.
Any mention on Diddy's house? Is this gone? Or one of this gone?
I haven't even looked at that.
Yeah. Anyone know? I meant to look at that last night, to be honest, and I forgot.
All right, this is fair use once again, you guys.
Yeah.
Let me pull it up. Copyright disclaimer under section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use, fair purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. I am pulling up KOMO News. This is actually a YouTube channel, so I'll have to stop it and comment. But let's take a look at what he says. It's kind of unbelievable. This was the only person that just caught me. Let's see what it looks like over here. Do we got it good? Let's make it big. There we go. Let's take this off the screen. Thank you, Melly. Thank you guys for putting that in chat. Copyright disclaimer under the section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976 gives allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. All right, let's see what he said. He was one of the first actors to come out. I'm going to hit the like here. Thank you so much. All right, here we go, guys.
In the exact epicenter.
You guys will have to turn it up.
Oh, that's actually a view from my porch. That's the house one below us on fire. Yeah. My neighbor called and he said a fellow named Robert Trinkteller was about 5 houses up. You have to understand the Palisades is almost like an old-fashioned neighborhood. Sidewalks, all the neighbors know each other. We all have each other's phone numbers, and people are very aware that we're in a fire zone. And in fact, I had said day before yesterday.
Listen to what he says.
Oh, that guy on the hillside hasn't cut down his grass. They got to cut down that brush because there's going to be a fire. And that's the person who didn't cut that brush was a person, that fire you're looking at right now. That's my pool, right?
All right, let me stop it right here just a second. So what he's saying is 2 days before the fire started, he had just told his wife, the guy down, because it's all hilly, right? So people are actually living on the hill. And so you can actually go out your backyard and see somebody else's backyard right down below you. That's how this looks. And he could see in the backyard. And, some people before the fire started would have said to him, well, you're being a Karen. Don't worry about his yard. Listen, it's a known fact in California. You keep everything trimmed down as much as you can. If it's died off, dried out, get rid of it. It's just I just remember that from being little and living there. Here we go.
That was the brush below us. That was not cut. And so we went out. I had a record of the call. In 17 minutes later, we were evacuated with the clothes on our back. Our garage door wouldn't open because of.
I'm just going to stop this right here because I don't feel sorry for people like this. You knew the fire was coming. You saw the fire. Waiting that very minute, and you're going to complain that you've only got the clothes on your back. Y'all should have been out. I'm sorry. I ain't taking no chances. Grab my briefcase. Grab my animals. Let's get the fuck out. Everything in here can be replaced. I don't care. So I don't feel sorry for people that are just like, oh, I had to leave with just my clothes on my back. Fuck you.
Wind was so bright it torqued the door, and we finally got out. When we got to the bottom of the hill, I said, oh, my God, we have a neighbor who's 94 years old who has dementia. And I said, there were no cars in the driveway. And we would go over and help him get in his chair, sometime if he fell with the caregiver. But I knew he was in the hospital. And I don't know, God was on his side. I decided to call his son in Massachusetts and said, hey, Francis, just to be sure, your dad's still in the hospital, right? He said, no, he got home last night. And there's a new caregiver, and I don't have the number, and they wouldn't let us back up. So
you guys, this is an incredible story. I got choked up. This is the part that I was like holding that knot in my throat when he was talking about this.
Finally got through to 911, and said, a welfare check. You got to go check on this guy. Well, there was a miscommunication, and I called my neighbor who hadn't evacuated yet. He was on his roof fighting his fire. He'd been on my roof. He'd hosed my roof down. I said, go in and check on him. He went. He said, the door's open. There's nobody here. He went in and yelled. He said, no, nobody here. I said, look, just go behind the pantry. There's a little room. We can see him during the day. He likes to sit there because there's a garden. He went in and found him. He'd been left
Wow.
alone. Okay. And it turned out the fire department made the new caregiver leave. And, she just does what she was told. They said, we're coming back for him. Well, they hadn't come back for him. I'm hoping that they would have. But, there was so much chaos. It was.
Can you guys imagine? 94-year-old man just got out of the hospital. He had a caregiver with him. The fire department was going through. I just find it sad that the fire department has to go house to house and say, get the hell out. But what else? House to house, the caregiver's like, what about him? And they're like, we'll be back for him. But like you said, it's a lot of chaotic stuff. He may or may not have been remembered in the whole mess of things that was going on. And lucky he knew where because the neighbor went in to the house, couldn't find the man. And he said, there's a room behind the pantry. Go look in there. That's where he sits a lot. Y'all, that man probably would have died in there. And this happened a lot, you guys. It happened a lot.
Like an inferno. Every house was on fire around us. And, he got him out and the house burned down about an hour later. He would have been in there alone. It was just.
Ugh.
And then Robert called us and told us that house had gone and the house below that and then the house on the other side. And then at 11:49 last night, all the smoke alarms in our house alerted our phones that our house that we had just renovated for 3 years and had just finally moved into about 3 months ago. All the smoke alarms are going off, so that's hardly a good sign. So I'm not sure, but it wouldn't make any difference because the whole street's burned down. So I mean, even if you go back to your home, look, we knew what was coming, and when we were out on our driveway, I looked and the smoke was so black. It was a house across the street was on fire. The house next door was on fire, and all the black smoke was down there, and the schools are down there. And I said to Sarah, we can't go down there because they're trying to evacuate the schools, and we'll.
Y'all, God forbid this happens to any of us, but if your next door neighbor's on fire, the house in front of you's on fire, I don't understand this way of thinking. I don't. Especially when you live on a hill, you could actually see it coming one way or the other. I'd have been gone. I don't understand people.
Just be in the way. And here's the thing that's so important. People have got to evacuate when they tell you to evacuate. Because if you don't evacuate and you think you're going to be out there with your little garden hose, stopping a conflagration with flames 80 feet high in 90-mile-an-hour winds, you're not going to be helping. You're just going to be stopping the firefighters who do such an amazing job. And you've got to be out of the way, man. You've just got to get out of the way and let them do their jobs. And yes, maybe your home's going to burn down, but let me tell you what's more important than your home is your 94-year-old neighbor and your fellow across the street who's trying to help you, and all the friends and family who've been calling all day. And yes, we're safe. And yes, I think everybody on our street survived, although I can't get a hold of Robert. And, I called a friend of mine who lived in Malibu, the Mandeville Canyon, and she had called me, are you okay? And I said, yeah, you got to get out of there, Carol. So we're miles from you. I said, but we're packed. We're ready because people who live in fire zones are ready. You got to be ready to go. And as ready as we were, everything I own is in this room. Every single thing that I own is in this room. We got a basket of laundry, glasses, pills, and the keys to our car. And that's it. So.
Can you imagine? I do like what he said, though, because it really doesn't matter. It doesn't. I know it's devastating. I know it is, but really, what matters is the 94-year-old neighbor and people that love you and that you love as well.
Oh God, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
When we had the
I
fire in our streets, it's a smoke we couldn't. Lena, I'll have to send you the video. I've still got it on my phone. We were in the garden, and the next thing, Alec went, "Oh my God!" Oh, we said we could smell smoke as soon as we said it. He says, "Oh my God," and he was gone. The next thing, we couldn't see in front of us. Like, we should have seen us trying to find our way in the streets. One of the houses had gone up in flames, and we're only in a little small cul-de-sac. And the smoke, the windows were smashing. So he was running in everyone's houses that he could to get people out with the neighbours next door. Oh, it was awful. Absolutely awful. I still remember it like it was yesterday. It was the most frightening thing I think I've ever gone through. Just awful. These poor people. Sorry, I interrupted you then, Lou.
Sorry, I had to shut the door really quick. Didn't know it was open and it started getting cold. Hi, Teresa.
Oh, God.
Hello. Thank you for coming in. It's good to see you. Hi, Eric.
Hey, Dada. She's there.
Yeah, it's just it's Lolly. Good morning, Lolly. I don't know. I struggle with feeling bad, but when I do think about, the elderly people and how no matter what, I do feel bad for the elderly people and especially for, I mean, look, with a fire this big, fires with fires this big, I'm really surprised that there's not more casualties or deaths.
That's what I said last night. I couldn't believe. I mean, don't get me wrong. 5 lives is 5 lives.
Oh, it's
Devastating.
now it's 10.
But,
It's 10
for
now.
the state of fire, it's out of control. I'm not. I can't believe there's not more. I mean, there's going to be a lot more when it all, But I'm surprised there's not more known now.
Yeah. I was watching when one of the news crews was showing the Palisades, all of like where Paris Hilton's vacation home, beachfront vacation home was out there at the Palisades, and all those homes that were sitting right on the beach that were lost. The guy said, "We have some really bad news," and he turned the camera around to the other side of the street, and there was like 3 homes over there that were up against another hill. And he said, unfortunately, nobody had a response from that elderly gentleman who lived in that house right there. And the fire department confirmed today that they had found his remains in there. And I just, that tears me up. But I just think God, that people are like James Wood, remembers their elderly neighbors, because that's what I'd be thinking about. I saw some pictures as well. Absolutely, RC. I saw some pictures as well. You guys, it broke my heart. I saw some pictures of some animals walking the streets.
Oh.
And listen, I know in times of scary stuff, I personally don't know how someone can forget their animal. There's no way. I know I own 2 cats and 2 dogs, and there's no way. There's no way.
Listen, I'll die. If I've got to save mine, I'll die.
Right.
I don't care.
But just watching those dogs walking up and down the street,
it
just broke my heart. I just want to run over there and grab the dogs.
Me too. Can't bear it.
I feel worse.
See, this is my thing.
Mary Jane, all the animals, even the wild animals.
Me too. Because they haven't got a clue what the hell's going on. It's just hard. I can't bear to think of the animals, and that might sound awful. I've got loads of compassion for people, but I do.
Listen, we need people to donate money to the channel so we can get Maggie a ticket. Me and her's going to hit the road. We go into LA.
I'd love to go and get all them animals. I'd love to.
And then we're stopping by every one of y'all's house and dropping one off at a time.
Yeah, to rehome them all.
Yeah, we're rehoming them through the channel. They're going to be love bugs too.
Yeah.
And y'all,
You pulled your wire again. By the way, lunch lady said you were bought an extension. It was up on the screen before, but you removed it to put something on.
what
So I
now?
think you pulled your wire.
Yeah, I just now pulled it again. I'm telling
Did you
you.
hear me about this extension?
Yeah, I'm telling you. I'm getting no. I'm just getting another pair. I don't know what Beefcake was thinking by getting me a pair of earphones that have to plug up to the computer. He knows I walk around with these headphones on. I don't know why he's
Well,
so.
girl, I've got the cheapest pair in my ears and the sound's brilliant. I don't know what I sound like, but
RC, did you get the link, honey? Come on up. Lolly says, I'll be the first. I'm closest to LA. Come on, girls. Let's go. Let's go.
oh, Lolly, let's go. Let's hit the road now. Oh, I would. Swear.
That would be a fun road trip. Teresa says they
Oh,
rescued 71 horses from the farm.
oh,
Oh, wouldn't that be
can you
fun though? We
imagine?
could be like we'll get a instead of we need more than a pop-up if we're gonna collect all these animals. We get like the
Bring a
part
big trailer with us, throw them all in it. Oh,
no,
say,
let's
come
get the
on,
partridge
get over.
let's get the Partridge family bus.
God, someone
And
to donate one to us.
all of our dogs will be sitting up in the seats like looking out the windows and
Looking
shit.
out the window.
And then we will get everybody's addresses and pull on up there in our partridge bus.
Work our way around to drop them off.
Come on up on the bus and get you an animal. Oh, that would be so fun.
Oh, Lena, you're going to have to start that up. Come on.
I wish. I don't know anybody.
God, if there's someone out there that can do it, please help them.
Maybe the government will give me a bus. You know, the
Oh, if anyone in the government's listening, please donate the bus.
Lenny will go
Please.
out there and go collect the animals. I'm not visiting 3. Dave. No, he hates
I'll
me.
go visit Dave. I love Dave. I'm Dave's number one fan.
I like Dave, but Dave hates me.
He loves to hate you. That's all. He's funny.
If you guys haven't subbed up to RC, his link has been dropped in chat.
Where is he? He's coming up, wasn't it?
I don't know. I dropped the link. I don't know. Maybe he's just
maybe he didn't hear you when you pulled the wire. RC, Lee needs to.
RC,
There'll be murder once he gets up. There'll be murder. He's got a good.
There'll be murder.
I heard my little angel.
Oh.
What are you up to these days, Sarah? Tell me. When are you going to come up on panel and tell us? You'd always promised that you would, and you never did.
And you never did.
You never did, Sarah. Come on, Sarah.
Lizzo has spoken. She said, RC, get yourself up there.
Get your ass up here, RC. Come on. Oh, shut up.
Or shut up.
Me and him have shut up was a messenger. I go, are you okay, RC? I'm a little bit worried. I've missed you telling me to shut up.
Oh. Oh.
There he comes. There he comes.
Welcome,
you guys are crazy. What's up, ladies?
Crazy for you.
Crazy for you. Come on, Maggie, let's sing it.
Crazy. I'm crazy for you. Crazy for you.
Oh, shut up.
We're singing the Madonna.
Oh, you shut up.
I wanted to sing Madonna.
Oh, crazy for you.
Touch me
That
once
and you'll know it's true. I never wanted anyone like this. It's so brand new.
You'll feel it in my kid.
I'm crazy for you.
There you go, RC. How are you, love bug?
I'm doing good, and You guys are such an insult to me, you know.
Why?
Oh, we love
Oh,
RC. Y'all don't love nothing. Let's get
I
that
love
straight,
you,
you know.
RC.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
love you with my whole heart.
Yeah, sure. Okay, sure. But anyway, how's it going?
It's good. Better that you're here. I think you could probably explain this a little bit better than I.
Well,
Much
listen,
more intelligent.
don't. I appreciate the compliment, but you know what? I'm just an idiot like everybody else. The thing is, I'm not one of those idiots over there. That's the way I look at it. But every time something like this happens, like a disaster, I get together with my veteran friends,
Yeah.
and what we do is we compare what we've heard so far, and we try to figure out, was there a better way they could have done this or that? When it comes to this fire, and I've seen videos going back years ago, there is actually water under California. They just refuse to tell the public that it's there because it's all about money.
Mm.
They steal money from water from other states, make it go over there and act like, yeah, we're these fantastic engineers, et cetera, et cetera. There's actually groundwater, or those millionaires wouldn't have them houses where they have them. Because remember, they're in hilly areas, right? They're
Mm.
practically like on big hills,
Mm.
mountains here and there, cliffs here. They got
Mm.
well water. If it's dry, where's all that water coming from? Anyway, uh, you said something earlier. Trying to remember what you said, damn it.
There was so much, RC.
I'm telling you. And, you know, it's
Should I
what?
cut my lives in half?
What do you, the lives what?
Should I cut my lives in half?
Hey, listen, it's what you want to do. If you feel like you're good to do 2, 3, 4, 5 hours, do it. You
Yeah, but
know?
then I talk too much, RC.
Well, everybody tells you shut up. You never shut up, but you know, at least we try, right? But then again, that's our fault, right? Because we actually sit there and listen to you. All we
Listen
really
to
had
the
to do was
nonsense.
go away.
Oh, let me tell you something real quick before you tell me about that. What's his name? You guys help me. The guy that's over in the UK who asked about RC tonight.
oh, it was Nathan. I
Nathan.
was watching, wasn't I, this morning, so I could
Yes.
see Nathan. He says he wants
Good.
you
He
as
said
his
he said he
on
wants
his
my
phone
voice.
ringtone.
So you
Yeah,
want to
Yeah,
he
hear my
loves it.
voice? I'm like, what?
he
He
loves your.
says it's sick. That means it's amazing. He's
I'm like,
sick. I've got
Jesus
a sick
Christ.
voice.
I just want to pass that on to you. He's having a bad night, but anyways, he asked
Oh,
where you were at, and so I wanted to pass that on to you. That there are
oh.
people that actually really do love you, not as much
What's
as you guys.
happening, Leanie? What? How's he moving? What's going on there?
He's pulling something in and out of the microwave. I'm sitting in the
No,
living.
not RC. I'm talking about Nathan. What's
Oh,
happening with him? Why is he moving? What's going on? I've missed that.
I don't. I guess the place that he lives is making him move. All right, RC, back to you. Come on, let's go.
Oh, look, someone in
Oh,
New York.
hold up. That's okay. It's going away. That was an ambulance.
Lewis. Oh,
So anyway, when we have, because I'm a history buff, and when I became disabled, you know, my body's all jacked up now, but you know, so I got nothing to do but listen to people that don't shut up. But anyway, besides the point,
Shut up, RC.
this is how I learned because information is great, uh, and you know what? We actually don't know how much knowledge we actually have. I'm talking about everybody here in this chat. It's just that we don't have the conversations, you know, and some of us are afraid to say certain things, this and that. I got no filter, but I also respect people's channels that I know, you know what? Uh, I can get away with it, but maybe not here.
Mhm.
And again, it's a character judgment too. If I feel that people want to listen to certain things, then I go for it. If not, I know better than to just, let me shut up. I wish other people would, but anyway, let me shut up and I'll just listen and I learn. Sometimes we cut ourselves short. There's a lot of people here that have knowledge and we need to throw it out there. But anyway, let's get to all this mess. Me and you spoke a couple of times when I actually started text back and forth, AI. Hey, listen.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't exist. People think it exists. Fear works, Lini. You know how that works. You come from a military background. So my thing is, it works. If you can confuse people and you can scare the shit out of people, guess what? You get to control them.
That's right.
That's the way it works. Me being a military man, I know exactly how that works. Okay? Because we've done it. Another thing that I try to explain to people, everything that happened in Louisiana and this and that, if you pick up the story, one, listen to the story. Listen to the delivery of the language, as I like to call it. A lot of people were like, what the hell you mean? I'm like, I'll get back to you later. But I'll speak what I have to say. And I said, listen, you don't find it funny, right? So let's talk Louisiana. Conveniently, the poles, like the World Trade Center down here, the new one, there's multiple places in New York City. Government buildings have these steel pipes coming out of the ground. That came out of the news story in Louisiana, that they were removed. And the timing is fantastic. They were removed because supposedly they were, I don't know, making them better, upgrading, whatever they, wanted. But the fact that it came out in a news story, like it's supposed to be important, all the poles are gone. This guy came from Texas. And he goes all the way over there, and these poles are not there. Some people say, oh, here goes the conspiracy nuts or whatever. Oh, hey, you do you, I do me, right? My thing is, I'm just wondering how convenient. And did this guy know those poles were gone? Number two, the FBI comes out and says, oh, once we found out what his name was, we went to his Facebook page and he wrote some stuff and this and that, whatever. So the thing is, think about AI. AI didn't pick up this guy talking some smack on Facebook and this and that, whatever. And the answer to that would be AI doesn't exist. Because the FBI had to physically go to a computer, look up his name, and see if he was active on social media. But guess what? They found Facebook, and they read it. Well, he left this and he left that, whatever. So AI didn't pick it up. Why? Because it doesn't exist. Let's go further with this crap. You saw the video that the Facebook CEO made, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you listen to what he said and how he said it, you'll know that AI doesn't exist. Well, we're getting rid of the fact checkers, this and that, whatever, because they were biased or they were politically biased, et cetera, et cetera. No, I'll tell you what the truth of the matter was. It was actually called international fact checkers. When you got international involved, right? So that means somebody's watching Maggie, let's say from China. No, China's out of the question. Let's say Russia. Let's say Taiwan. Let's say a country in the Middle East. Anywhere that they have fact checkers working for Facebook. They don't know your culture. Therefore, they don't know how you speak. It's not about everybody speaks English. It's about the slang in every different cultures. What? Slang language. How do we talk? How do we speak? Fact checkers from somewhere else looks at America, and if they never been here and they don't know how we behave, they don't know how we interact, they don't know the language we use in the different cultures, how in the hell can they figure out what are we really talking about? They can't. Because we use words here that are very nasty to each other's. Italians do it, Puerto Ricans do it, black people do it, mountain folks do it, Irish people do it. There's certain names you can't call an Irish, an Italian, a Puerto Rican, or black, correct? But if they don't know about it, how would they know if we're speaking because this is how we speak and we're just shooting the breeze? Like we come here, we talk shit, this and that, whatever. Other people may go, damn, where's them people from? Well, that's America. That's how they talk? Yeah, what's the problem? But at least we're talking English, right? But let's go back to AI.
Okay.
He stated that we're going to get rid of fact checkers and they're going to do something like X or Elon Musk, whatever, talk about community note. And then he goes, well, they'll let people, whatever, and let people respond or have an opinion and this and that, whatever, right? And he says that he wants to do this so that people would have the right to stress their opinion. Well, we actually did that. But inside of Facebook, they had actually had FBI agents working inside while pretending to be civilians. And that's how they were able to infiltrate Elon Musk's platform before he took it over. So they were there, and what were they doing? Spying. And you know why I say AI doesn't exist? Because you need people to watch us. They'll never be able to watch 344 million people in America. It's impossible when you only have a government the size of what? A couple of million? You need software, you need computers, you need data, this and that. New York City Police Department has a unit, and there's only about 100 police officers. And they go on social media. In other words, it's a desk job for them. They sit on social media and look at all the platforms. But they actually already know who they're looking for. They're looking for criminals, known criminals. And this is how they get information on us. But they can't watch or check 8 million people in the city of New York and monitor. 100 people cannot monitor 8 million people. But guess what? It's 8 million people in the city. But people have multiple devices. So again, we go back, does AI work? Is AI real? The answer to that would be no. Because if it did, every time somebody stepped out of line, somebody would be in your face. How you doing, FBI? How you doing, NYPD? How you doing? What are detectives from this group? It's not possible, Lenny. It is impossible. And you know why I say that? We ain't smart enough to make something that will become smarter than us. Make sense? Think about that. You remember Doppler? Who remembers Doppler? Weather Doppler. Weather
Doppler?
system.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
When was the last time you heard them use that?
Oh, well, I guess last time I was down in Georgia.
Yeah,
They don't
but
use it up here.
they don't use Doppler. It's the weatherman. Weatherman goes, oh, we got another tornado heading this way, another hurricane, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know why? Because it was so inaccurate. And what people don't understand when it comes to computers, let's talk about this. You ever watch the news? They talk about a hurricane. You watch the weatherman, they talk about the weather. And what do they say? They say, well, when we checked our first computer model, this computer model says this. This computer model says we're going to have 13 to 15 inches. The other computer model says we may have anywhere from 7 to 8. A computer And guess what? Neither one gets it right. A computer. They put stuff into, data, this and that, as they catch up. And then they're saying that, well, the computer model will tell us how the weather behaves. Really? All you have to do is go to your window. If it's sunny, guess what? It's going to be a sunny day. But anything can happen, right?
Right.
But the weather tells you this, and that. In New York City, when Mike Bloomberg was mayor, they turned around and it was like, oh, we're going to have a shutdown tomorrow in the city. We're expecting anywhere from 17 to 21 inches of snow. And the night before, and the weatherman is saying it's going to pop up by 6 a.m. in the morning, and by noon, we're going to have at least 8 inches. By mid-afternoon, we're going to have another 10 inches. When it's all over, we're going to have anywhere from 17 to 21 inches. So he anticipated, or he believed, the weatherman, and the weatherman says, okay, everybody's going to have to bunker down, this and that. The mayor gave orders that the city will be shut down. He ordered all the schools closed. The kids didn't have to go to school. He said that if city workers could make it, so be it. If you couldn't, stay home, don't worry about it. Guess what, Leni? The whole city shut down. It snowed 1 inch.
Yeah. Teresa Bronson said, I feel the opposite. I feel they're dumb enough to do it.
Yeah.
Well, you say that you think they're too dumb to do it, and she feels like that they're dumb enough to do it.
It's not a matter of being dumb enough to do it. They're actually dumb enough thinking they can try. And again, we're not that smart. I'm not saying we're not intelligent. We're that. But we're not that smart. I think that the programming, going back to, especially me, going back to a little kid, Cowboy and Indians, the Lone Ranger, and then remember Will Robinson, Danger, or TV programming. Our kids receive what? Star Wars, Battlestar Galactica, okay, Star Trek. It just kept going. And the thing is, it's all TVs. It's entertainment, right? My thing is, does any of that stuff really exist? I give you this. I believe we got some fantastic weapons. I believe we got laser because we've bought it and they sell it to us. Then they bitch about it, complain about it. Oh, you got people, you can buy this laser pen on the internet, and then people will point it at what? At pilots while flying into a city or whatever, and they blind the pilot or whatever. Because, see, America, or put it this way, humans, we have a stupidity, okay? And the stupidity is that we do the stupid shit and then claim that we need to be more responsible. How about this? Why not stop building shit that we can use to go fuck with other people and then realize that, you know what? This was a problem creating this and creating that. And these are just minimal bullcrap, you know? But let's go back to the fire real quick. America can fly across the world. And when it comes to Vietnam, we dropped over 8 million tons of bombs on a little shit country called Vietnam back then and Laos. One country received 7 million tons. Vietnam received 8 million tons. And how do they do that? With planes. And these people expect me to believe that they can't do the same thing in California, regardless of the wind. We went to Iraq. Iraq was nothing but sand. And the sand got up in the air, sometimes miles up in the air. And it messed up their equipment. Did it stop the bombing? No. You know what they did? They adapted. They used different screens to keep the sand from coming into the engines, et cetera, et cetera. We prepare for that. We're intelligent enough to do that. Am I to believe that during any hurricane or major storm where the lights go out, and guess what, Dini? You got electricians and people who are able to cross the country. We even have people coming out of Canada, electricians, to come and help fix and repair our infrastructure, our electrical infrastructure. Am I to believe? Have you heard any stories about fire departments from across the country going to California? I have not. Not a man says 3,000. Well, 3,000 in a state that has 40 million people?
Well, Newsom did say on the first thing that I was showing tonight on the Anderson Cooper, he said some states were sending firemen over because
firemen.
I mean, what's the point? I mean, if for real they're out of water, then what's the point the firemen that are in California, they do need to get some sleep.
Have you seen how they do that?
No.
Fight fire for us?
Can I say? Let me say hi to Joe. Hey, Sergeant Joe. Thank you for coming and trolling me. I love you so much, even though you love Maggie more. Fuck off, Joe. Mary Jane says she has. Canada sending help too, I guess.
Right.
Hi, Joe. Shut up, Leanie.
Oh.
See, during 9/11, the fire departments actually showed up to help. They brought their trucks. They brought their manpower. I don't see that happening in California. I haven't seen any reports, and I've been looking. But I go back to 40 million people in a state. You got a libtard nut job, who's the governor. And when I hear 3,000 firefighters in a state of 40 million, something's wrong.
Well, was it Teresa who said earlier on up here that they had cut back their firefighters? Isn't Teresa the one that I'm looking for it right now? Yeah, she says right here they cut California fire department by millions. I don't know if we're talking monetary there or manpower.
No, that would be, if it's millions, you better believe it's manpower. It's shutting down firehouses because they feel like, oh, we can't afford it. Wow. And getting back to what you said earlier about Donald Trump. Did you know that Donald Trump, before he left office, he actually cut a deal with Gavin Newsom that we're going to build some kind of holding pond or reservoir to bring water so that they can store it. And guess what? Gavin Newsom, his name, whatever his name is, he was going for it. They were going to get it done. But you know what happened? This is when arrogance, pride, and of course the liberal garbage started to do what? We don't want him to be president for another 4 years, so we got to hate him. We got to make sure he doesn't make it into the White House. And they just forgot about, what's important, like having some water in a place where you can go get it. And again, what did Donald Trump say? He says they sent the water somewhere else because they wanted to save, I don't know if it was some kind of fish or turtle.
Yeah.
But yet, this is a country, this is a country who doesn't mind killing your fetus.
That's correct.
But you want to save a turtle or a fish. That's correct. Okay? Am I talking out of my ass or am I retarded?
Not
because
here.
I said something that makes sense? Really? Oh, kill the baby, but save the fish or the turtle.
That's right. That's right.
The Bundy Ranch, you remember that? Well, I forgot what they wanted to save over there. I believe it was some kind of sand something. Oh, we got to save the... I'm like, what? But we're killing baby. We're killing humans. but we got to save the turtle.
Yeah.
And I'm supposed to say, like, wow, be proud of America. I'm disgusted with America. I think we're being run by buffoons, idiots, morons, and also demons.
Demons. That's right. Uh-oh. Teresa, do you want to come up or do you not do panels? Just like in Hawaii, Teresa says. She says, wake up, sheep.
Yep.
I agree, Teresa. I
And
agree.
again, my thing is, I'm not trying to listen. When I say what I say about America, I'm not talking about every last individual. I'm talking about the people we have in power.
That's right.
I'm talking about the people that run shit and claims that they're doing a good job. I'm talking about the people that when they do stuff, and the rest of us, the voters, we see something in a person or individual politician, and you go, well, wait a minute. Ain't you the guy or the woman that stopped this from happening, and this was actually going to be a good idea or a great idea, but you stop it. Why do we keep voting for these same idiots back into office?
Here's my thing, though. How do we change it?
Voting. And we have to open up our brains, or put it this way, I call it utilizing simple common sense. Come on. Is it hard to know what's right and wrong? Is it hard to know what's feasible and what's not feasible? I'm just saying, it can't be that difficult. But for some reason in America, it is. Like the other day when I was talking to my military friends, they go, hey, RC, I thought that the governor of New York State have already put out 1,000 National Guards. And I just started laughing. I couldn't stop laughing because guess what? After they burned that poor lady on the subway, she ordered another 1,000 National Guardsmen. I should go do a video. The thing is, it's like I think there's 472 subway stations. But guess what? Do the math, Lenny. As far as I'm concerned, this is what they reported. So now we have 2,000 National Guardsmen plus the police department patrolling our subway system. That should mean that every subway station should have at least, and I did the math, 5 National Guardsmen. And still, with a couple of hundred left to go elsewhere. No, you only find them in Times Square or the rich areas where nothing really happens. They don't have anybody.
Right. All right, guys, give me just a second. I'm going to run and go make a pot of coffee for Beefcake. I need to get a jury and I need to pee again. So Maggie and RC, there you go. It's y'all's turn.
Oh,
Here.
it's going to be me, isn't it?
Oh, God. You can handle it.
Go for it, Maggie.
I'm not going to have me to it. You know, see, I'm sitting here chilling like a villain, listening to you, typing to me mates, having a cup of coffee. I'm here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah, this is day and night. Right now, I got the TV news, and I've been watching for like 3 hours because we get news here all night long.
Yeah.
You know, my thing
I was
is,
watching it before bed. Couldn't believe it.
Everybody's sleeping. I'll put it this way: 7 o'clock in the morning, so people are waking up. But they got moved. The night edition, 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 4:15, 4:30, and I'm going like, do these people sleep?
Yeah, I know. Oh, see, I know I'm thick. But are you? How far are you from where this is all going on?
Say again?
How far are you from where all these fires are?
The fires? I'm on the other side of the country.
Oh, see, I haven't
I'm
got
on
a
the
clue.
East Coast. LA's on the West Coast.
Okay. So, when did this actually start? Because I only heard about it. Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday.
I'm going to have to say it's been going on for at least 4 or 5 days, I guess.
Oh, God. Wow. Are you making coffee there? Can I hear you? Putting it in the microwave?
Yep, I'm warming up.
I think you've done 1,000,000 times. So, you know what I bought? I bought an insulated cup. It's the best thing ever. We got them. And you know, a godsend in winter because I'm terrible We're chatting. We're getting me coffees at the side, and when I get it, it's freezing. So this is really good. Get one RC. If I had your address, I'd send you one.
No, it's okay. I actually have a cabinet there with, well, actually, most of them belong to my daughter or the
Hmm.
twins, and they haven't used them. And they just said, I'm too lazy. I got a microwave oven. The hell with that.
Honestly, you should use one. Just make one, put it to the side. Yeah, stays warm for ages.
But
So
anyway,
what are you do? What are you
that's
doing
my,
today? Look, tell me about your plans today.
right now it's freezing.
Is it
And again,
freezing?
yeah, it's freezing. Right now it feels like 13 degrees outside. We've had
I always
nothing but,
imagine in my brain it's
yeah,
really sunny and lovely in
they,
America
they've
everywhere.
had high winds over here for the last 4 days now, up to
Oh.
50 miles. Long Island,
Oh.
Central Park was 45 miles yesterday, and it's still windy now.
Yeah.
So,
We had that a couple of weeks ago, RC. We had it for about 2 days. I'm terrified of the winds. It's scary. God, it's so. I mean, we moan here about our weather, but we're fortunate for what you go through. Your hurricanes and stuff like that. It's unbelievable. All the wildfires and everything. So we are blessed.
yeah, because my car got compromised last week.
Your car did?
Yeah, my credit card got compromised, right?
Oh, you can. I thought you said your car. Sorry. Oh, I don't know. Is that all sorted now?
So, I haven't waiting. The new credit card comes from Texas. We got
So
we
it's all
got we got
sorted.
banks all over New York. In some states, you can go to the bank and get a new credit card, like a brand new one. Over here, Texas sends it. So I got to wait for Texas to send it. 3 to 5 business days. I'm riding on day 6. Still haven't gotten here. But
Yeah,
anyway,
because you told us last week.
but that's another thing. AI, if AI exists, how come I continue to get compromised? How come people continue to get scammed? How do people get their bank accounts wiped out by a scam if AI exists? Because it doesn't. You know how much money Citibank is in New York, right? They spend over $25 million a year for a security company to secure the bank's money and customers. But yet, people's car gets compromised. So
I know. I can't
how
believe
does
you
that
said it
happen?
goes on a lot.
Now my thing is, at least I get a fair notice, and it's because they know my habits. It's not because, and let's say I go travel, when I do go travel to Florida, I actually call my bank. Listen, I'm going to Florida. I may be down there a couple of months, maybe a year. They know about it.
Yeah.
So they'll discover my pattern once I get there. Here in the
Yeah.
city, they know my pattern. They know when I purchase online, when I go to Amazon, this and that. When they see a charge that's like, wow, this guy, another thing, they know my age. So they'll
Yeah.
go, oh, this guy's near 70 and he's ordering something to get in shape. And so when I went to look on the computer, clearly the site is there. When I went on the computer, no page found. So my thing is,
Wow.
how come if it's a how you say, a website, AI or the bank couldn't catch it. At least they knew that it was out of habit for me to buy
Hmm.
something,
Thank God. Yeah.
because they know what we buy.
Have you informed them, though, RC, that you still haven't received it?
You know, well, there's nothing I can do. It's not going to
Yeah,
make
but
the
let
horse.
them know because sometimes if your
It,
card's being sent out, it could have gone. It could have gone walkies. Could have ended up somewhere else by accident.
well,
So
yeah, I
let
mean,
them know.
but then again, it doesn't matter if it went somewhere by accident. I don't know about it. They don't care. They think so. I'll give it another 2 days. And again, we're so
Yeah.
efficient, but yet we're not.
Yeah, but we're going into the weekend now, so surely
Well,
that's going to affect the post,
it's
or
okay.
will it?
It's okay.
It's awful, and you said that goes on an awful lot.
Yeah.
Wow.
But you know,
Is
again,
anyone, is that happened to anyone else on here?
you know, when I
Sorry,
talk about
RC, carry on.
stupidity of the American people, this is what I say. They'll sell you anything, and you know what? We buy it, and they use fear. Always use fear. Oh, if you purchase this, whatever. Well, let me give it to you. Let me give it to you like factual, so like that people understand. You got these you got virus protections for your computer, but yet you can get scammed. So how is it that you're paying somebody else money to secure your information by way of the computer, and yet people still, let's say you just use your computer, your credit card on a computer, and you're paying somebody else to monitor, make sure nothing happens to your information, et cetera, but yet it still happens. Now, let's go further. Let's say you're buying from a major company online, like Amazon or eBay or whatever, okay? Or computer systems, and you still get scammed. Or somebody try to use your card because it's that easy that they can get your information. So are you really protecting me? The answer to that would be not really. And again, let's talk about the computer. You put an antivirus on your computer, you got to buy it from somebody, right? And while you're using your computer, and after you make a payment and you go, okay, how much you want per month? They say, well, we want $9 or we want $20. And you pay it, or you can pay it for the whole year. They come back and they put up these advertisements talking about that 110,000 people try to access your computer, okay? And then they'll turn around and send you another advertisement claiming that about 45,000 companies were able to get your data and your information. But I'm paying you to make sure that happens. But you're telling me that they're doing this, and then you're offering me a better protection mechanism for software antivirus that I already purchased. You see how that works, Maggie?
Totally, I do, RC. You put fear in you, yeah, you're right.
They just steal your money, and they use fear. Every time these things come up on my page, on my computer, I just shut it down. Because I'm like, okay, you're protecting my computer, I'm paying you for that, but yet you're telling me that, hey, so-and-so or a bunch of people were able to access 50,000 people's information, this and that, while not telling me that I might have been one of those 50,000 people. No, they're telling us this is what's going on out there. And then the sales pitch is, but for $39 more, we can put extra protection on your computer. You see how that works?
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
a sucker born every second. And they do this on purpose. This is all by design. Maggie, the whole world's a con job. I don't care what anybody says.
No, I agree. It is.
You know?
The more you think about things, when like someone mentions things to me that, and I think, you know what, it does make me think. And I am very naive when it comes to stuff like that. I believe everyone. Do you know what I mean? But when you start getting things being said, I mean, I used to totally believe the government would never do anything on us or anything like that. Now, I think completely different.
I'm telling you,
Yeah, you're right.
Again, we're just, and this is how they control us, by fear. My thing is, think about this. Let's say people sign up for 360 protection. And let's say that protection will cost you every year about $205, $215. Imagine if 10, 15 million people sign up Does anybody comprehend how much money they're making? Think about it. 10, 15 million
Yeah.
people at $200 a shot. Now, this is where it got real for me, and I just start and I laugh. I laugh because we're that stupid, or they think the rest of us are actually this stupid. They'll turn around and say, well, you know, if we sign up, we got this great deal, et cetera, right? And they go, we'll make sure that nobody sells your house underneath you. We'll make sure nobody takes out a loan in your using your information or break into your bank account by using your information, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then at the end of the commercial, you know what they say? They say, and if we don't deliver, you can have a full refund back.
Yeah. It's like house insurance when you pay for all that and then something goes wrong and you
Yeah,
try to claim for it. It's
yeah.
a battle.
So imagine, Maggie, let's say you're using a bank and you got your mortgage coming out of that bank and you got your bank account and you got your paychecks, et cetera, and it gets wiped out and they're unable to solve it. In other words, you lost everything, and they'll come back and say something, well, it only cost you $200 for the year, but if you like your refund, we'll be more than glad to send you your refund. But I got robbed while they were
Yeah.
promising me that it wouldn't happen. And then they say, well, we'll insure up to $1 million. My thing is, but if you can't find out or prove that I actually got robbed and from whom or where or when, then you want to give me my refund back. Because
Yeah.
that's what they tell you. They say, well, if we can't figure out, you know, this and that, they don't know how to trace something, go after somebody. Where did it happen? How did it happen? Then they give you a refund back, $200.
Timu will, RC. Timu will. Just saying.
You know, I'm telling you, it's crazy. And it's our fault. We're to blame for it because we believe every garbage that they hand us. Oh, if you do this, if you do that. Look at the cell phones. Oh, if you want to stop scammers from calling your number, but if you sign up, for an extra couple of bucks a month, we can stop that. So my thing is, again, where's AI? It doesn't exist. Because if AI existed and it was able to do that in a split second, oh, wait a minute, Mag, somebody's breaking into Maggie's account there. Oh, we already put a stop to it. Why? Because it doesn't exist.
Yeah, then how are these people coming up with fake pictures?
With what?
Fake pictures, AI pictures.
Those are not AI pictures. Those are generated computer images that you can create. And you have to have the software.
Well, then why do they call it AI?
It's not. They want you to believe it's artificial intelligence doing it. No, somebody programmed it to do that. Hello?
Dun, dun, dun.
I can't wrap my head around it.
Yeah, of course you can.
You
'Cause they're
Americans have got
meaning.
it, but we haven't. Human.
We got what?
You've got where you can go on this messenger place and make pictures like Lunch Lady does. We haven't got that ability yet to do it. Not available in your country yet.
Well,
Oh,
I got something
really?
for both of y'all. What did they used to call it years ago before you was not able to do it straight for your computer? What didn't you have to go buy software?
I don't know. I'm not
I haven't
computer
got a clue. I've
literate.
never done it.
Okay, you had to go. Let's say you want to do animated graphic on your computer. There was a time you couldn't do it from your computer. You had to go buy the software. And then remember when they started talking about, well, what kind of computer you got? And you say, well, I got this. And why didn't you buy it? Well, I don't know, about 2007. Oh, that thing is obsolete. So in other words, you can buy all the software you want that was upgraded, but you can't put it into the computer that you bought 20 years ago because it's not compatible.
Mm. Okay. Well, what about the commercials that they're doing nowadays that are AI? They're not even real humans doing them. Hello?
Sorry, Lee. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
RC went
me?
blank a minute. There he is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hollywood,
anyone
Lenny.
else?
Hollywood. You ever look at movies and you go, wow, that looks really, the blood and everything looks so damn realistic, but is it real? And the answer is no.
All right, so the Star Wars Super Troopers aren't coming after us?
Yeah,
I'm
okay,
playing with
Lenny.
you, RC.
No, I said, okay, Lenny. Yeah, they are. Check your windows.
Well, that's what I'm scared of, RC, because you can't
Yeah,
kill
yeah.
them with the pew pew.
Yeah, I remember one time you were scared of clowns too, right? Remember when
I've
they
never
did the
been
movies and
scared of
that?
clowns. I think they're adorable,
Yeah,
and I
yeah,
love
well,
dolls.
yep, there you go. And some people, you have to take them to the hospital. What the hell happened to this person?
I know.
They
Why,
saw a
why,
clown. What?
why are
I've
we
got a
doing
reborn.
that? Why did
See,
people all of a sudden become scared of clowns? They're adorable. Even the ones that try
Not
to be
some of
scared.
them, Lenny. They make
Yes,
them
they
look
are.
evil. No, they're not. There's
No,
some of them. They make them look evil. I'm terrified.
or better yet, Lenny, they're fake. My thing is, we know that.
Standing in a corner looking at you. Oh, no, you're all right. Don't mind
Yeah,
the ones that do kids' parties. They're
that's
not
crazy.
scary, but they
You
can
scared of
make them scary.
you scared of clowns, Maggie?
oh
I
my.
know not. That's not something I go. Oh, it's just that there can be scary ones. I've seen
Wow.
scary clown faces.
So what
Uh,
does
Come
that
on.
say about the rest of us in humanity that we hire a clown for our kids and we don't know that one of our kids may just fucking pass out, go, what the fuck, and just
Some kids
roll.
are scared of clowns. Some kids are terrified. I've seen them in parties. They scream.
But that's what I'm saying. You see what we do?
Let me jump in chat really quick. Lunch lady, we're waiting on snow today. Our snow is supposed to be today, so it's probably coming to
Oh,
you
God.
tomorrow. I know it's supposed to be at Mary Jane Doe, probably RC on Saturday as well. Sergeant Joe, why don't you've got a channel. What the hell's wrong with you? Why don't you come up on panel and talk to us? We've never talked to you yet.
Yeah, Joe.
Yeah,
Get
Joe.
up.
Joe.
Maybe he watched what you guys did to me and DJ. He goes, yeah, I think I want to go up
Oh,
there.
I've got my
You
money.
know we love you, RC. We love everyone that comes up. It's all in for fun. All in good fun.
What was
All
that?
in good
Didn't they
fun.
make a song about that? What's love got to do with it?
All right, Maggie,
Yeah,
let's go.
Oh, yeah.
We got your beat. Go.
What's love got to do with it?
nothing.
What's love got to do?
Got to do
Oh,
with it.
go on. Who needs a heart when a heart can be broken?
Oh, yeah. There you go. Well, listen, you get a little bit of everything at according to Leanie.
There you go.
We're 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 straight up entertainers.
Hey, Lenny,
Yeah, babe.
you ever went online and registered to get a new license, driver's license?
No,
No?
no, never.
If anybody has, I mean, you're in a computer system, this and that, but yet you still, and you're able to get on a computer and you give your information, and they go, okay, we know who you are. But to confirm that we know who you really are, you got to send us all this information. We need your social security number again. We need your address. We need some receipts, et cetera, et cetera. But yet, I was able to sign into the motor vehicles department with my social security number. You see how that works?
Uh,
So where does AI fit in there? I'll tell you why. Because in New York, I get a driver's license every 8 years. For
You
the
know,
younger people, it's every 2 years.
you know when
Now,
I get a new driver's license? When mine expires.
and that'll be one.
Well, it just expired since I've been in this house. I had to go get another one. Pisses me off royally because I always forget to check my driver's license, RC, and then I have to go take the eye test for them to tell me that I'm even more blind than when I thought I was.
At least you don't do like some people. They go, hey, you see that chart on the board? They're going to have me read from there. Go see if you can take a quick screenshot so that
Well,
I know where all the letters are.
you know what? Baby child. So this really happened when he turned 21. He went while he was home during the holidays. He went and got his driver's license changed, right? And he's never had to look. You know, now they have you look down in that little camera thing, right? And before he's memorized the chart, so he knows he knows where the letters are and everything. He's always had it memorized. Well, now looking into the thing, they had scrambled the letters.
Yep.
So guess what? Now he knew what letters are on the chart, but now he didn't know where they're at. He
Yeah,
had to go
exactly.
get glasses, RC, and then he got restricted because I was like, boy, I was like, you know, your eyesight is as bad as mine. He's like, I see fine with 2 eyes open. Same thing I said too, right? And so he would fake the eye exam. This time he wasn't able to do it. They scrambled letters on him.
Yep.
I thought it was genius.
Yeah,
I
but you know
loved
why they do that, right, Lily?
Yeah, because people like my kid who doesn't want to wear glasses, they can't see out there driving.
No. What it is that we beat the system back then, and they figured out that that's what we were doing, and they go, wait a minute, something's not right. And they change it up on us. It's always a cat and mouse game with these mothers.
Lunch lady, I forgot all about that you guys were a part of the whole license thing. It was a whole deal. It was a whole deal.
Because you know the scam they pull here in New York, right? During the pandemic, they turn around and say, oh, well, we're going to delay the international, driver's license so you can get on a plane, this and that, whatever. So they shut the motor vehicles department down. So you really couldn't go there, so they canceled it. Then they wait, 3.5 years? And they go, oh, by the end of 2025 or the middle of 2025, you must have it. So in other words, you're going to have to go reapply again so that you can get the new driver's license. And guess what? Instead of me waiting 8 years, right? And I can still use my driver's license to drive, but I can't use it to walk into a government facility. I can't get on a plane.
Right. Mine's got it. I've got it on mine. When I had to reinstate my license the last time before this time I did, it hadn't become a law yet to have that. And they said, look, by this year, this certain year, they said, you're going to have the star on you. You might as well get it now and you'll be ahead of the game. So I did.
Well, here in New York, they canceled it.
We've got.
Let me ask you a question. How much does it cost you to renew your license where you're at now?
Beefcake. How much did Baby Child pay for his license? Was it 21?
What?
He thinks it was $21.
Holy shit. I guess I should move to your state. You know what we pay here?
How much?
I pay $128.
$128?
Yep.
Honey, we're never moving to New York.
Yeah, I don't blame
That's
you.
RC. Beefcake said, is that a regular, like, commercial license?
That's just for the bottom of the podium pole.
Bottom of the podium, just regular driving car.
If you go to like a chauffeur's license or a commercial license or what they call a class 4 or class 3, then it keeps climbing.
He said that if you're going like a class 3, class 4, or commercial license or whatever, it keeps climbing. But just for them to drive a car, it was $120 something. All right. Well, we won't be moving there, honey. We won't
No,
be.
yeah. It's
That's
crazy.
crazy.
To drive a taxi, the license costs you more. To drive a truck, the license goes up. To drive a bus, oh, you're paying a pretty penny.
Lunch lady said that's more than her husband's CDL.
Yeah. That's what. There you go. The
That's
CDL, I think, is up to about 156.
Wow.
I remember it being 146. I'm pretty sure it's up another $10.
So tell me why in different states it costs so much more money.
Liberals.
Like taxes?
No, liberals.
Liberals.
Liberal run cities.
Liberal run cities.
Yep.
Rich get richer, the poor get poorer.
There you go.
Don't you agree with me, RC, that they're going to rebuild those houses and they're going to be double what they're worth now, right?
Well, to a certain point, my thing is, again, there's actually multiple insurance companies that really can't deal inside of California. I don't know if you heard about that, but what it is that the way the state is run, insurance companies actually get screwed when they go there or try to, peddle insurance. But guess who stops them from peddling insurance at the same time? The governor. Oh, we don't want you insuring this and we don't want you doing that. The rich people, those people that lost their houses, some insurance companies will say that, well, we'll reimburse you, but you have to rebuild. In other words, an insurance company will not allow you, okay, your house burned in California, I want to build a new house, Texas. They're going to say, no, that's not the way it works.
Right.
So,
Right.
Again, we'll see what happens. My thing is, hey, listen, I feel sorry for human beings that lost their lives. I pray for them. God keep them. Rest of them, I could care less. Seriously, I do. I can't see somebody living in a house where, you remember that show they had on cable TV, The Life of the Rich and Famous?
Yes. With Leach. What was it? Robin Leach. Yeah.
Remember that shit, Lady?
Champagne wishes and caviar drinks.
Oh my God. I mean, Can you imagine?
No, I can't.
A married couple sitting there bragging about me and my husband, and the kids are all gone, and we have let's see, we got, what is it, honey? 24 bedrooms. What is it? 36 bathrooms. Yeah. I guarantee you, they never walk into those damn 26 bedrooms, or even use the 36 bathrooms.
That's true. No, I've always said, and this is the truth. I know me. It's the truth. If I ever came into money, I would probably get about 4 or 5 acres, and just so I can have more dogs, and I would build a small farmhouse, and it wouldn't even be a 2-story, but I would just build a small farmhouse. That's all I want, with the white picket fence. That's it. And then I would just have all the dogs.
Yep, I hear you, Lenny. I definitely hear you. It's like people say, why are you going to Florida? Simple. Over there is $1,000 taxes, even though I'm a veteran, so I won't be paying. But it's $1,000 taxes on every 100. So if you get a $300,000 house, it's $3,000 a year. In New York State now, $300,000 house, you're looking at anywhere from $13,000 to $14,000 a year.
Holy shit!
And it depends on the location. If you move anywhere where they have $500,000 and $600,000 house or $1 million, You can forget about it.
Mm,
It's
yeah,
ridiculous. A 700, actually, there are homes here that are worth $1 million in Florida. You can get one for like 295, 350, no
yeah.
problem. It's crazy. These are libtards. Everything's a new tax. You heard about congestion driving, right? They put uh, Z passes in Midtown. So once you get past 60th Street, they're gonna charge you $9 every time you pass that damn what do they call that shit on the highway? Toll booth. But it's cameras that
Mm,
get your Z. If you don't have a easy pass,
right. Hmm.
then they hold you responsible. They'll be able to get your tag of your car,
Yep.
and they charge you $13.50 because you don't have easy pass.
Yeah.
Isn't that communist? Think about it.
Yeah. It's funny because it used to be that those booths were manned. They're not manned anymore.
No,
Now they're all.
nowhere. Yeah.
So my beefcake had brought me a bill, and he's like, "Look, you owe like this money." And I looked at it. I was like, "Hold on a minute. Like I wasn't on that road at. Wait a minute." He's like, "Yes, sure. You went and saw your dad." And I was like, "Okay, but not at this time." And I'm telling you, we got into it. He's like, "Yes, you." It's like a $15 bill, right? Because it was behind. And I was like, I'm telling you, I didn't go see my dad at that time. And y'all, I figured out that it was fucking him. It was him. It was him that owed that.
At least you gave it a shot, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna make her pay for it.
Because they do. I mean, it's not just the license plate. They've got a picture of your whole car, and then they zoom in, and they send that all to you in the mail. Like, you owe us this much money. You was on our road. And I was like, wait a minute. I didn't take that car. I took the other car. And he's like, no, you took this car. And I thought about it. I was like, he's right. I took that car. And then I figured it out. I was like, I did not go see my dad that month. You went to either this race or somewhere. And that's your bill. Pay it.
Yep. That's how they get us.
Yep. And it used to be so cheap. It used to be like 75 cents. Now it's like a lot of money.
I remember going back in the years, and it was like you go into Jersey, and it was 25 cents, 35 cents. The 12 hour was up to what? 750, I believe. No, 850. And if you go to the airport from Manhattan to say Kennedy, you got to pay $75,
Oh my God.
and his tolls included. I'm like, yeah, right. Like, wow, thank you. You know,
Oh my God. That's terrible.
I tell you, it's crazy. You know, and I gotta say this, New Yorkers, you deserve what you get because nobody says nothing. Nobody fights it. This and that, whatever. They actually got them thinking like, well, you know, if it's gonna help with pollution and the air will get cleaner, this and that. The air in New York is not that bad. It's not like Los Angeles used to be.
No.
You know,
Los
it's not
Angeles
like
is
China.
terrible. Yeah. Sergeant Joe, you're a hacker? Right on. Sergeant Joe's a hacker. He hacked an Illinois plate reader camera the other day. Barbara Smith says we don't have toll roads out here. Wow. All I-40 has them. I'm going to tell you that. And what is the highway that got, I forget what it is. I don't know. Well, since they have daytime color and night IR with both. I don't know what all that is. They password protect them now. All
I tell
right.
you,
Well, I am getting tired. What are you going to tell me?
it's a scam. This whole country's the whole world's a scam. That's all I gotta say. My thing is, people don't read between the dots. They don't know the delivery of the language, as I like to call it. Pay attention. These politicians can talk to you with a serious face, look you dead in the eyes, smile and everything, walk away, go, that was easy. That person is a lot more stupider than I thought.
Uh,
That's how they
well,
treat us.
I do think people are getting wiser. Uh, I do. I think more Americans are getting wiser to what's going on. I do. I do. Especially since the pandemic. I think the pandemic, once people started figuring shit out, they were just like, oh my God, this has been going on since this time and this time and that time and this. And yeah, so I think the pandemic opened a lot of Americans' eyes. I think it's going to be a lot harder to scam us with things.
Yeah,
Not saying that not everybody won't be, because some people just don't. They don't have brains. They just don't.
well, you know what it is too, Lenny? Some people feel like if it doesn't affect them, then they shouldn't even bother.
Right. And you know
My
what?
thing is,
I'm a lot like that, RC. I really am.
yep. So when shit start going left in your part of the world, your part of your house or whatever, I'll sit here and go,
No, because I got beefcake. I got beefcake in there that's doing the same shit you're doing, so I'm gonna be okay. I'm just gonna be the one in the back going, "Shit, I didn't believe you when you told me that all was happening."
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So he's on it too. But yeah, I just think sometimes I'm just like, if I can't find it in the Bible and I can't regulate it in my head, then I'll be dead and gone by the time this happens. And it's not true. Tomorrow everything could fall apart.
Yeah,
So
I tell you, it's like, again, to me, the Bible is a behavioral manual given to us by God to say, hey, man, it's as simple as this. This is wrong. This is right. This is dynamic and this is holy.
yeah,
Think about it.
yeah,
And when you look at the scriptures, if you read some of the stories in the Bible, we are not behaving any different in 2024 than
that's
they did
correct.
back then.
That I have said that. In fact, we're worse. We're
It,
straight up
well,
worse.
actually, we're not worse, but we're getting there. And you know why? Because
Why?
they made us go away from the Bible. So it is getting worse, but the people from before and the laws of yesterday, because remember, we got a new covenant. The new covenant was Jesus died for our sins. So the world changed completely. The rules still apply though, but the punishment is not going to be like it was yesterday. Back in the Old Testament, you was held responsible to your death. In other words, they actually took you out when you messed up. When people fornicated, husband, wife, this and that, committed adultery, this and that, you got stoned to death.
Right.
And God was saying, oh, well, you shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
So the people were actually doing what God instructed them to do. The behaviors, etc., whatever it is. You know, my thing is, some people would rather not read the Bible because it scares them, but a lot of them don't understand it. And again, I say, hey, if you read a book about becoming a Christian, it's one thing. But we also read a whole bunch of other books for what? Our lives, professions, lawyers, doctors, teachers, drive a truck. You got to read a book. We don't question none of those books. But we want to think about, oh, the Bible was written by man. And so all the other books we read today was created by the rest of us. So who you kidding when you tell me, come on,
I hear you.
it's ridiculous. But what can I say? What can I
You
say?
say? What can you say, RC?
Nothing.
I do, Teresa. I do think that we're definitely worse. I mean, every sin that's ever talked about in the Bible, we do it tenfold here. I don't remember reading anything in Sodom and Gomorrah about bestiality and all these other things that we're doing, and it's normalized. People talk about bestiality all the time, and you don't realize what you're talking about. And yeah, it's just
I don't have the verse right offhand, but there's before the flood occurred, right? There's actually scriptures that talk about what was happening with us and why and how we became. Do you know that everybody during the Old Testament, the women were beautiful? Human beings were beautiful. The men were handsome. The women were gorgeous. Sin, look at us now. And that's going to get worse. And it's because we don't know what we're doing and we don't obey God and we don't follow the laws. Okay? The laws of the Bible. And that's why we're all messed up now. And we're being sexualized again. Because, like I said, I'm always on the prowl. I'm always doing research. And when I see shit on YouTube, Facebook, or whatever, I'm going like, where the hell did this come out of nowhere all of a sudden?
mm,
You got advertisement that is just straight up making women look so stupid. You can't make it up. And I find it amazing that women don't get it. They're being utilized and sexualized again, just like in the revolution from yesterday, 60, 70 years ago, the, you know, feminist movement, the
right.
hippies, the dope, the grass, the hallucinative drugs, and this and that. They're doing it again, but they're utilizing sexuality behind it. And I don't know why these women will do commercials for these companies to sell drugs or supposedly a fix it all so they can get screwed.
Money talks.
You see what I'm saying? And it's all about money. You're right. But the thing is, nobody sees the immoral compass behind it.
Mm.
And that's why we're miserable. And that's why we're all fucked up. And we're going to get, yeah, you're going to get worse. In certain areas, we're going to get worse. In other words, certain areas of our behaviors are going down the toilet fast. I mean, fast. It's amazing. But it's not, because it's foretold.
A lot of people have no morals, values anymore. That's true.
And again, we do it. We fight demons every day. Me, you, Maggie, everybody in this chat. Even negative thoughts are evil. Bad thoughts are evil.
Says if you think it upon your heart, you've done it.
You
So,
know? Payback, all that shit.
God, I sin all the time, RC. I fornicate all the time. I
You know?
adulterate all the time.
You're
God forgive me.
and again,
Oh my
not
God, I
that
just
word.
put
Go ahead,
a
Maggie.
post in there and it's saying YouTube rejected your comment.
That
And
happened to me earlier.
do you know what it says?
What?
I wish I had a thermometer to put on my nose, guys.
That's why I had to break up what I was
Oh my
saying to
God.
Joe. Because
I saw a screenshot to show you. I couldn't believe it.
Yep.
It was
No,
like,
that's
"Hey,
crazy.
isn't it crazy? Swear to God, I can put it up on the screen now. Oh my God. My nose was ready to drop off on the end. What's going on?
Well, the problem here, Maggie, is that you have never watched A Christmas Story.
There
That's
you
why
go.
you're
Right,
perceiving
send
it.
me the name of that so I don't forget. And I swear down, right, when I
Okay.
get up and get downstairs, I'm gonna put it on. I'm gonna see
Okay.
if I've ever seen it. Is it
Yeah,
sad?
look up the actor Jimmy Stewart.
No, that's not A Christmas Story. That's A Wonderful Life. Christmas
I
Well,
Story
love
well,
has
that wonderful
she
life.
needs. Oh, you saw that one. Okay. The other one is with the other guy. What's his name? Jesus.
I
Crap.
don't even know his name. I just know Ralphie. Ralphie!
Lainey, can I just try something, please, while you're up on panel?
Daddy's gonna kill Ralphie. Yes, try it. Are you gonna strip?
Not today. No, not today. So hang on, I have to take.
What do you,
Where's that other one?
wait
Let
a
me take
minute. You
that off.
said,
Strip tomorrow, Lou.
Hold on. Hold on. I need to take that off. Hold on. Let
you
me
said
try and
not
something
today?
to made.
But
Not
you said
today.
not today.
Might tomorrow.
You
It's too
stripped when I
cold.
wasn't around?
Yeah? Wasn't you
Oh,
there?
I wasn't here. You low
Oh my
down.
God. You missed it when I come home from Turkey and it was tans and I had my white bits. Well, it's tough.
I thought I was speaking to a lady. Jesus.
A lady. Every lady around here is lunchy. The rest of us are broads. Let's just be honest.
That is so wrong, lady. That
So
is so
that
wrong.
background there is so when me and you were on like see the mics like
Oh,
and the
our
spotlights.
light and the spotlight. So cute.
So when we come down that'll just be enough for us, that mic, see, for the two of us. See, that one's no good. We're behind the curtains.
Is no good. Well, if you're up here by yourself, it's fine.
Oh yeah, it'd be fine.
Oh yeah, it'd be fine.
There you go, girl. Just also chew your back. There you go. See, the
I
small
really,
things amuse me.
I think it's lovely. Look,
Ooh. Wow.
that
Hold up.
nothing has looked
Look
near
at that.
like me than that one. I've never looked like that ever.
Shuffling.
I'm not lying.
Oh,
I'm
Uh,
not
you
lying.
better thank
I'm not
God you
lying.
don't, because
uh,
I would
that's me.
let me shut up.
Yeah, that's more me. Yeah, that's not me because I got way bigger boobs than
Eh,
that.
this is
Way.
you. Ends of.
That's me. End of
That's
right there. It's my
that's you.
total.
Ends of.
It's my
Yeah.
total
So
attitude.
leany. That's your attitude.
Yep.
So if I saw you walking on the street like that, leaning, I go, listen, I got no money. I left my wallet home. Please don't rob me.
See to me, it's just saying, yeah, I believe you, or yeah, I'm impressed. I'm really. It's not gangster as like in trying to hurt anybody. It's just the whole sarcasm of, yeah, you're impressing me. I'm really impressed right now.
Yeah, I'm supposed to believe that at 2 o'clock in the morning you just pop out of an alley and I go, holy shit. And you know
See,
I
I
gotta
see.
start
Look, this
looking
is what
around.
you missed. That's what you missed. One night only.
What did I miss? What
When
did
I
I
come back
miss?
from Turkey, snoozers and losers.
Yeah,
Teresa
okay.
says, is RC from Brooklyn or Connie? What's Connie?
Connie or Carrie was that kind of girl, was it?
I'm Kanasi, I think is what she's saying. No, I'm from Manhattan. I'm from West Harlem. Grew up in Spanish Harlem.
I freaking walked around Manhattan. I'm
You wouldn't catch me dead in Brooklyn.
miles and miles and miles and although I'm not kidding you, miles and miles and miles. And it was the best, probably one of the best trips we've ever taken. And we were taking the subway at 3 o'clock in the morning. There was only one time I felt like, all right, baby, because baby child was young and I had my first grandbaby with us too. And I was like, get over here and sit next to me because we're fixing to throw down in here. She says one word, open that mouth.
When did
One
you come to New York, Lenny?
uh let's see, was it 2000 and it was, let's see, uh let me think just a minute. It's been a while. It's been a while because baby child was like in kindergarten, first grade. No, grandbaby. No, wait a minute. So C's daughter was the baby that we took with us. So she's 5 years. So it's probably been about 11 years. No, it's been like 9 years.
Okay, so 2013, 14, around
Yeah,
there?
somewhere in there. Yeah.
Yeah, we were doing okay. It's
I
not as
I
bad
was
as.
I was running all. We had so much fun. We did. This is the funny thing. We did the walking tour. We hired a private tour guide, and I'm talking 5-6 miles of just walking, and I loved it so much. But so we thought she was supposed to take us down to where the World Trade Center was at, and she wouldn't go. She said, "I'm sorry, that's just one area I won't go to. I've never been back down there since it all happened. Um, I just don't believe in the air quality down there." And so, I mean, she was just saying all kinds of. It was so
Yeah.
funny. She was calling my beefcake the Maverick because every time she turned around, he was nowhere to be found. So he was following her because he's a wanderer. Him and Baby Child are exactly the same way. You will be walking and you turn around and they're both gone. You have no clue where they're at. And she's like, "Where's the Maverick now?" I'm like, "I don't know. You're the fucking leader of this band. Lead,
I,
follow, or get
I
out of the way."
yeah, I don't blame her
So,
because I still think that place down there is contaminated. But
yeah, she wouldn't go down, and so we went down ourselves after the walking tour. And I mean, we went twice actually. We went once during the day and walked all the way around it, and then went down to the museum and all that, and then we went back at night because I wanted to see the lights.
there's
But
a
it's the
subway
saddest feeling.
station. Did you go to the church down there by Wall Street?
Yeah, we went to the big church. We went by Wall Street. I'm telling you, we were on. You know what I was the most amazed of, though? Out of everything that amazed me the most was that your schools don't look like schools. I mean,
Well,
someone like me, and you're just walking,
yeah.
and
Well,
you're in a
those are
neighborhood, and you look over, and there's this wall, and you don't think nothing of it, and then you look at it closer, and I'll be damned, it's a school.
yeah. Well, if you come to my neighborhood, then you'll see a school and you go, yeah, no, that's a school.
Oh, okay. And your convenience stores are not a building by themselves.
Oh
So,
no,
so in
it's
Manhattan,
all
they're in a
everything's on the first floor. Yeah, you're
yeah,
right.
it's in a building, a
Right.
big building. And I
Yep.
was like, this is the oddest thing walking into. And then the cigarettes, y'all listen. So I'm the type of person, you ask me for a cigarette, I'm gonna give you a cigarette. Then I started figuring shit out, right? Nobody was buying fucking cigarettes because there's people like me on the fucking street that'll give you a cigarette, and I'm paying $12 a pack. So I went and I said, "All right, I got this." So I went and I paid $12 a pack, 20 cigarettes in a pack, right? I
Yeah.
figured it out after about 6 hours. I bought a
Well,
pack of cigarettes.
well,
Just
don't come back now because you know what they cost now
what?
in Midtown about $23, $24 a pack.
Shit, I'd have to quit.
My
But
neighborhood is up to 1850.
oh, yeah, show me a pic of the schools, Lee. I want to see. I could see that because we're an adult channel and we're talking about schools. So I could see that they would do that. Yeah, I could see that. Um, but no, RC, what I did was I went and I just bought a pack of cigarettes. And everybody that came up to me, asked me for a cigarette, I was like, yeah, $2. $2 a cigarette. I got rid of all that pack of cigarettes and made money.
You foul, low down criminal, you.
Well, is that
I
criminal?
want to go and have a look. It sounds like the same here. Our shops, our stores,
Well,
whatever you call them,
over here in
they're
my
in buildings.
neighborhood,
They're not on the road.
yeah, in my neighborhood, you can get two loose for $1.75. Used to be 50 cents many years ago. Now it's then it went to $1 loose. Now you get two for $1.75. See, my daughters, my wonderful twin daughters, God bless them.
God bless them.
They drive to Jersey, and I'm able to get the packs of cigarettes over there for under $11. So they go out there and they bring me back a couple of cartons. Because over here, $18.50 a pack? No, not happening.
$18.50 a pack. My God.
No.
I'm smoking the cheapest cigarettes there are to find right now, and I pay half of what I pay how much? $46 a carton.
Wow.
Yeah. So I can black market. Let me black market some cigarettes to you.
I
Oh,
can't
that's
even remember how many years I can go back and say that's what it costs, you know. But put it this way, when I left the army, the pack of cigarettes was about 13 cents. When I got there, it was 9 cents. When I left, it was about 12, 13 cents. When I got to New York, I go in the store, give me a pack of this, threw a quarter on the counter, walked out. He said, hey, buddy, where you going? And I'm like, what? And he goes, 35 cents. And I was like, 35
oh
cents? What? He goes, where you been? And then it hit me. I was like, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, post exchange. Yeah, I remember I was down. Okay, here you go. 35 cents? Damn.
yep. I remember post exchange. All right, let's I'm trying to see if I could find an outside okay, so Maggie, it's a lot like this. Let me show you guys. For those that haven't been to New York. All right, so there's that. Let me do it this way. Let me go back over here and show you guys this. Do you guys see this right here? The 7-Eleven?
Yeah.
So it's just a bunch of buildings. It's just one big, huge building. And then there's these odd places like this over here might be a pizza store. And then you got the 7-Eleven. And then you got the place to get a massage.
Same,
And
same as ours.
see, we're not like that. We don't,
Yeah,
everything
we've
has a
got a
full
big.
building.
Well, you remember I was driving and I was going down the road and I was telling you to look at the shops either side.
Uh-huh.
They're just rows of shops and above them is flats. What do you call flats?
Outdoor
What's it called?
malls,
No, flats that people live above them.
apartments.
Yeah, apartments. Yeah,
Apartments, yeah, above them. That's
yeah.
ours is exactly the same. Rocks, and you've just got like nail salons, hair, barbers, chip shops, all things like that going right along. So what's yours like then, Lenny? Just a shop stop somewhere in the
You,
middle of
you,
nowhere?
you, you see that building right there you showing?
The square one?
The 7-Eleven?
Uh-huh.
See the building itself, okay? And I've done a lot of research. You'd be surprised what you find if you go traveling on Google Earth.
Uh-huh.
That building does not belong there. That building is not ours. We did not build that. That was there when we got here. And people can say, oh, she's crazy. No, you go right ahead, call me crazy all you want. They are how you say, when it comes to the South, you may find Messianic lodges. And you know, right, Nene?
Mm-hmm.
Masons.
Yeah.
We got so many different, how you say, coat of arms, if you will.
Uh-huh.
And you can find these coat of arms all over the world. So they belong to, you know, either civilizations before, past tense, okay, before us, and future. And they're still there. And I find it impossible for these people to keep up this architect. These buildings, you went around Manhattan, right? Did you see some of the old structures? Beautiful, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Them things been there before we got here.
Okay, then who had them? Who did them? The Indians?
Civilization, well, the Indians were part of them, but it was civilization before us, whether it was the Indians or whatever. You know what gets me, Leni, when it comes to the history of America, they say that, oh, when the Europeans got here, they go, oh, you know, hostile Indians, this and that. No, how about this? How about that? A couple of people arrived on a boat, they hit land, and they found a civilization. And since they didn't know how to communicate with them, does that automatically made them hostile? How about the fact that, who the hell are you people? Where the hell did you come from? This and that, whatever. And then they couldn't communicate. They went back home. We ran into some hostile, they were like animals. How about just saying that we didn't know how to communicate with them? We didn't know their language. They didn't know ours. You see how that works?
Yeah, but I mean, you can't say that all of them were nice because if somebody comes in here and tries to take my home, I'm not exactly going to be nice to you.
Yeah, but if you go back to the Bible and you go back to European history, what do you find, Nene? Same shit.
Yeah,
Somebody came along and said, hey, who the fuck are you guys? How the hell did you get here? Why are you attacking us? Because
right.
we're here to take
I
your
mean,
shit.
I could see that they would be pretty pissed off. I
Yeah,
mean, and I do feel like we did right by them in later years, in recent years. And what I mean by recent is like in the past 25, 30, 40 years that we, given them reservations and given them their own land back where they're sovereign. Now, did we give them all the land back? No, because they were here before us, so we'd have to give them the whole US of A. We ain't doing that shit. But they get free,
yeah,
they
but
get free
basically,
medical care.
yeah,
They live on
basically,
their,
yeah, but
go
we
ahead.
didn't give them shit. Look at the places we put them in.
That's true, RC. Have you been to Oklahoma?
Yeah,
Have you,
Oklahoma, Arizona. How about Alaska? They have the biggest group of Native Indians in Alaska. Did you
well,
know that?
no.
That's fucked up. And
Oh,
again, did you know that most of the tribes, this is another thing, and I don't know, Donald Trump gave it a shot, but I could see that the real Indians of this land turn around and says, hold up, you want us to be delegates for our people. How about just giving us some Senate seat or some congressman seats?
mm,
See, a delegate, you know what that's saying? That's like Puerto Rico and Guam and some islands in the Pacific, all the U.S. Virgin Islands. They have a delegate. They don't have any senators or congressmen. So they really don't have any power at the end of the day. So we're treating them like they're not even here. And out of all the tribes, only a few tribes said, we'll take that deal. There's a couple of tribes that said, no, we want to be able to dictate and we want to be able to speak like it means something to us. Because after all, you took our country. And I kind of agree with that.
yeah.
You know,
Well, I ain't giving it back because I'm staying here and I'm American by God.
yeah, born and raised,
Born and raised American.
and where did your ancestors come from, Lena?
America. American.
And you know what, Lena? There may be some truth to that. Because if you go back to doing the Indians, doing slavery, et cetera, guess what? There is nobody wonders, and I presented this question to a bunch of people. I said, why does the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. have almost the entire history of the Irish people in America? Anybody wonders why? Because they were here.
Well, I will tell you this. When I found my bio dad, there you go, Teresa. When I found my bio dad, uh, I didn't know I was Irish. He's Irish. I knew I had some German in me from, or I thought I had German in me. It wasn't. It's Irish. I'm not German.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And um, my grandmother, no, I don't care if people don't believe me or not. My mother's grandmother was from the Virgin Islands, and um, her name was Cecilia, and she was black. My mother's grandmother.
Pretty
And
sure that you could probably go back to Spanish descent.
well, that lineage, my sister has done all of that as far back into a tribe in Africa. Yep. She her granny, she called her granny too. Her granny, Miss Cecilia, she worked for a very rich man that lived on on the island out there in the Bahamas. I told y'all my grandfather was raised in the Bahamas, and that's why I wanted. Well, that was the only reason got when I got suckered into going on a cruise. I was like, if we're going on a cruise, we're going to the Bahamas because I got to go to where my grandfather was raised. And the one island they stop at, that was my grandfather's island that he was born and raised on right there. He was born in the Virgin Islands. And him and Granny, so Granny was poor and he was poor, and she ended up housekeeping for a rich man. It's said that the rich man kept her around because she was doing the deed with him. And when his wife and everybody didn't like her because they all believed that her to be doing the deed. And so he ended up dying. And before he had died, he took my granny and my grandfather, which makes me wonder if he was my grandfather's father, but I don't know. They took a ship up to Miami, and then they took the train up to New York. And so whenever he died, of course the family fired his mother, and they didn't know anywhere to go but to New York. So they took the train, they went up to New York. And you could see on the census, you guys, where my grandfather and his mother came in through Ellis Island. It's on the census.
Right.
Love it. Love it.
And of course, if you think about the Bahamas and you think about the U.S. Virgin Islands and all that smack, you're talking British. You're talking Spanish Empire, British Empire. Goes back hundreds of years. And that's where, a lot of people like to identify with certain race, excuse me, ethnic background. But it goes deeper than that, because a lot of people don't do the research and they want to identify for who the people there were raised by or where they were living. But all that changed. The Spanish-American War. Spain left, this and that. There's no such thing as a Puerto Rican, Leni. People want to say that, say it all day long. It's not true. They're descendants of Spain. The majority of them.
Yeah.
People don't want to believe that.
I've heard that before.
When it comes to the U.S. Virgin Islands, it's also mixed. Mm-hmm. Cuba was the main Spanish headquarters when Spain ran this part. British, also parts of the, St. Thomas, that's all British.
Right.
And doesn't matter the color. It's the heritage. Right. And
that's right.
This is why I tell people, I say, you say like, oh, if you're black, you're this and that. Or if you, no. It's who was in charge, who was there, who did they evolve from? And it was all foreigners, basically. The ones who got screwed at the end of the day were the actual natives. Guess what? You take 400 years and you put it inside of Puerto Rico of another people. How many of those native Indians actually exist today? It's only about 6%.
Right.
On Puerto Rico. Cuba has more because it's bigger, and it was the Spanish Empire headquarters for that area back then. And again, the powers that be, you know how funny that the powers that be choose and dictate that they can go around the world and take shit because people are not capable or unable to defend themselves. But they also take it from each other's. The powers that be, Spain, Europe, America, Canada, you name it, Latin America. That's why we're all fucking confused, mixed up.
Yeah, yeah. But that's the part where I think that familiar DNA and all that. I think it's lovely. I do. I know people don't want nothing to do with their DNA in the database and stuff like that. But then you got people like me that for my whole life, 49 years, wondered who the hell I am and why don't I look like anybody and feel like anybody in my family? You know what I mean? So
You'll have to do research on the DNA perspective too, because a lot of that crap is bullshit.
now
And actually, all you have to do, you know how I figured it out? By watching cable TV, and not that I was looking for it. It just pops up because when they talk about the science and the DNA, and when we're looking at these crime shows, right? They talk about certain ways on how they either by accident or they made it their business to look to see if there was a surviving relative. They actually had to go and God bless those detectives that won't stop. They want to know, they should find you dead somewhere. Nobody can identify you. They don't know where you came from, et cetera, et cetera. And they make it their business to do paper research, documentation research. And then they go, you know what? There's somebody that lived in the same house during the same time. I wonder if this person might have been a relative. And the only way they can connect the dot was to dig up somebody dead. And then they go, hey, we got a match here. And then they take it from there. So my thing is, when people tell me, oh, like my mother, when she did her ancestry DNA, we already had somebody in the family who wrote a book and did the research, and we went back all the way to the 1400s in Spain.
oh wow.
And to go further than that, we would actually have to go to Spain and dig up stuff over there. They told my mother that she had some DNA that came out of somewhere that even Grandpa said that's not possible.
You
You
know,
see what I'm saying?
it's funny because when I did my DNA, yeah, Lizzo also found her family through DNA as well. Good morning, Jay Badass. You must be having another bad headache day because you can't look at your phone much. People, when I got my DNA back, I've always been told my whole life about Rebecca. And not Rebecca. What's her name? Rebecca's it's Rebecca's mother. What's her? Cecilia. I've always been told about Cecilia. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, right. Is anybody looking at me? Like
Carried down by family, right?
I must have been switched at birth, because I look nothing like my family, much less like a black woman. So when I got my DNA back, I have 4%. 4%.
And again, I just can't. My thing is, if you was to say the most accurate connections you can possibly find is through records, documentation.
Well, yeah, that's why my sister's got, that's why we know that to be true about my grandfather and his mother coming over from the Virgin Islands, and she's also got him all of his military. They signed, y'all. Listen, I didn't understand census. Okay, I remember when census used to come to your door, and I
Yeah.
thought it was the mark of the beast coming for me. I'm serious. So I
Okay,
would tell
lady.
them because it was a choice, right? You could sign the census, and I was like, no, I don't want the government. This when I was young, like when I had a young family, and they would come to the door like every year to sign the census, and I'm like, no, not signing that. Government doesn't ever need to know where I live, and I understand it now because now we can trace my grandfather and when they came over and signed the census for the first time. And then that was another reason why we wanted to go to the Bahamas because we need to go to their courthouse to get. We've already got Grandpa's birth certificate. It was easy to get his death certificate. He died in Florida, so we've got the birth certificate. So we need to go into the courthouse in the Bahamas to get his mother's and her mother's birth certificates and things like that. So you're right. You can only go so far into the United States before you have to actually go to the country that your
Yeah.
family is starting to come from. And then the country before that, too, to finally end up somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. But once we got to the Bahamas, so we had a whole day on that island. And my sister and I were going to go in and go to the courthouse there. It's not that big of an island, you guys.
Yeah.
And
My uncle wrote a book when he did the research, and it actually was taught in certain schools, like in the Spanish community. And the reason why we was able to go back to the 1400s, actually 1413, we can go further than that, but we have to go there physically. What makes it really, excuse me, easy is when every family who bear their child makes it very easy if that family had a son, because the last name carries on. When a family member has nothing but girls, then everybody else who marry has a different last name.
Right. The name dies, stops at that person.
Right. And not that you can't find it, but it makes it harder to do so.
That's right.
But, and I was amazed. My uncle says, what's weird? Every person that has our last name bear the son, or a few sons. And that's what made it very easy. So we were able to track all the way back. And I'm like, holy crap. Then he tells me, in Spain, we were considered royalty. We were also part of the Spanish noble order in Cuba. Not Puerto Rico, even though we wind up there too. The thing is, I look at him and I said, so we came from royalty and we're just a bunch of broke mothers now, ain't we? And you know what? In New York City, if you look for my last name, the farthest you're going to get is maybe
Hold on a minute.
About 3 dozen.
Go ahead, RC. Keep talking a minute.
Yeah. So when you research in New York City for my last name, you're only going to come up with about 3 dozen. And we almost all of us are connected by the last name. There's only maybe 3 families that go back to Puerto Rico, but we didn't know them personally, but they were part of the family, and they didn't know we were here. When it comes to Miami, Florida, there are thousands with our last name, and our last name is actually on the billboard, like in some communities. And why? Because Cuba's only 90 miles away. So they've been going back and forth since, when they could back in the days.
Let's see in chat really quick. Leanie got married where Billy Bob Thornton is from. Love me some Billy Bob Thornton. I really do. I love him. I heard he's got a new series out. Beefcake watched it. But everyone in Arkansas is Billy Bob, Billy May, Billy Joe, Billy, etc. Let's see. Lunch Lady's, her dad's name ended with, because he only had girls, ended there. Just like my mom. My grandfather, Milford, he only had one child, and it was my mom, so his name ended with her. Now, when I told y'all my mom was married for 17 years and didn't know she was still married. So when we finally got her divorce, when we found out she was still married, got her divorce, we paid to have her name changed back to his name, his
Right.
last name, just so his name would be on her tombstone.
Okay. That's
Because we're
cool.
so he's buried at sea. Her dad was buried at sea. That's what he wanted to be. He was in the Navy. He
Hmm.
wanted to be buried at sea, and he wanted to go places he's never been before. So there's no, and I'm big on names. Like I look at names all the time. I'm a name person. Always looking for a name I recognize, and there's nothing with his name on it. So my mom is not buried yet either. That's a whole different story. Don't get me started. There's not enough pills in the world to let me talk about it right now. But the idea is when she finally is buried, her tombstone will say her name, Emily, whatever her last name is, daughter of, with his name on it. Because her
Right.
mother is buried in Miami, Florida. But I want my grandfather's name to be there somewhere where, you know what I mean? Because as of right
Yeah.
now, nobody knew that a Milford existed because his name is nowhere. And I know that means nothing to most people, but it means a lot to me. It really does. I
Yeah.
understand that, I love cemeteries and I try not to be in them as much as I want to be in them because I figure eventually I'm going to spend a lot of time there. But I I look at these tombstones and I see like they're dirty and they're old and nobody visits them anymore. And I just think, who were you? And eventually that's the way it ends up. You know what I mean? Like eventually nobody will even come visit you there because the people who loved you will be gone. It's sad, but it's true.
There's a guy, and I think I'm gonna go look for it. I think I still have it in my YouTube files. But there's a guy who made it his business to try to find as many cemeteries that he could around America, just America, and the furthest he could go was only in the late 1400s.
Wow.
So my thing is, okay, that's kind of weird because there's always been people here. There's evidence of that.
Yeah, but
So, you
here's the
know,
deal though. Beefcake and I were talking about this on a recent trip we just went on. Um, there is literally just about nowhere you guys can stand in the United States that you're not standing on uh, a burial ground.
well,
Really?
yeah. Well, City Hall is built on a burial ground.
Yeah. I mean, how many times do people go and start building a home and they find remains, they find bones. A lot of them are mistaken for animal bones, but some people, really think, well, it might be animal bones, but let's just call anyways. The deal is that the Indians, the many years prior and stuff like that, you're literally stand in most places you are standing on burial grounds. I think the coolest grave, and I've been to a lot of people's graves. Coolest grave I ever went to, we found on kind of accident. What I do is like whenever I go somewhere, I'll start researching the place, like how many, who notorious is buried around here, if there's any presidential sites next to me, if there's any battlefields, if there, anything that has to do with American history. Um, and I, when my middle son graduated from uh, basic training, no, not basic, AIT from Lawton, Oklahoma, you guys, right there is where Geronimo is buried. If you go up on a hill behind Lawton, behind Fort Sill, Oklahoma, still on the military base, but there's a hill back there, and it is an Indian burial ground. And Geronimo and his family's buried up there. I couldn't believe it. I've got pictures of it. I should show those pictures. But you just never know. You just never know.
It's like over here, Lucid Grant, right? Matter of
Ulysses
fact,
Grant?
yeah, I live in a city housing authority here that's named after him. So they call it the Grand Houses. But check this out. His grave is, I would say, about give or take 6, 7 blocks from here.
Really? I think I've been there.
And the thing is, again, we're talking what? When did he die? During the Civil War, right?
Uh-huh.
The Civil War. So when I think about that, and you know, if you go on Google Earth, you can see the whole place. You can see inside of it. You can see the 2 coffins. It's him and his wife. Supposedly they're still in there. I don't know that to be true. It doesn't matter really. But the thing is, there's a plaque on the outside on the grounds, and it states somebody giving how you say their eulogy, if you will, to Grant.
Mm-hmm.
And on the plaque it states from the Chinese Imperial, etc., something. But then it says the First Order. And I found that so damn interesting, the First Order. So we're talking about who was China back then. And how did they get all the way over here to pay homage to one of our, you know, war veterans? Again, history is so interesting here, but a lot of it has been manipulated.
Sure.
And I think that the reasoning is because they really don't want us to know the truth about who was here before or who we were involved with, like around the world. I also found newspaper clippings back in the days where the Grand Canyon actually has Egyptian hieroglyphics, and it's been closed off since the.
I think I've heard that too.
Okay, my thing is, if you go into the put it this way, there are parts of the Grand Canyon that if you get caught trying to get into, you're going to jail. Literally going to jail.
Wow.
The federal government has got it closed off. They actually have people that will pop up the minute they see you going in there. And they're going to warn you if you're close enough, but not close enough.
Uh-oh.
So,
I thought that was me. There you are. You're kind of back. You're not back.
But my thing is, it's like, okay, why do we have Egyptian hieroglyphics in the Grand Canyon? And then you can see, like I went there, I tried to do my best when I went in there, Google Earth, like maybe 12, 13 years ago. And there's stuff in there that, to me, they look like past history structures of some kind. And there's been people who went in there, found some shit, a lot of shit. And all of a sudden, it's like, you're not allowed to go in there, period. So my thing is, Egypt is on the other side of the world, but and we're talking about shit that looks just like the crap they have over there. So that makes me wonder, was traveling established when they told us that it was, or was it already happening? And they just rediscovered it. And then you take Jack Smith, the Mormon Church, right? That's another character. He came from Europe, wound up in upstate New York. From upstate New York, he went to what? Utah. And according to the information, only 125 family members went all the way over there. So my thing is, and they built that. No way it was already there. There's no way in hell. Because we're talking families. We're not talking 125 men. And even if it was 125 men, 125 men couldn't build all that crap. Now, this is when it got interesting because I'm kind of like, I'm always thinking, Leni, So my thing was that I checked out the gold rush and how they travel from east to west to get to California to go find their gold, right? Guess what? They went right through there, and there's no information about what they saw, but it was there in the same time frame. You see what I'm talking about? So somebody lied to us. A lot of people have been lying to us, put it that way.
I agree. All right, let me jump in chat real quick. Lunch lady said, "Oh my God, I put these glasses on. I can see big-headed Queenie Leenie." I had no idea it said that. I'm just trying to live up to the names that everybody's given me. Joe says, "I'm mostly German, Swedish second, English, Jewish something. I'm somewhat redskin, no hair on legs, little body hair, 6'4". Don't sunburn. Well, I'm going to need you to send me a picture of that. Get on my panel. Take off your shirt. I appreciate it. Maggie, I wonder if you put wax on a car, if you wax, it would stay clean. Wax on it like car wax. Oh, you mean on the tombstone? I think it's porous. I think it'll suck it right up. Those tombstones are porous. Melly Jo says, according to Leanie at Maggie and chat, I've taken some medication to help me sleep. It has started to take effect, so I'm going to bed. Hope everyone has an amazing day. Keep warm. We love you, Melly Jo. Get you some rest, sister.
Yeah, good night, lady.
We'll check on you in a couple of hours. Maggie, they run the mower right over the top of my parents' stone and let people ride horses up there all over them. That is very shameful. That's very disrespectful. I don't dig it. Don't dig it at all. Sorry I didn't ask for a link to go back up, Leanie. I thought you was ending it anyways. You were tired, girl. I'm going to leave now. I'm going to leave. No love. I have a bit to do and I'm worn out with the... Okay. So Maggie is checking out. No, I am closing this live. I was going to, but RC makes things interesting for me.
You too, Lenny, because you bringing up stuff that, like from your part of the world.
I
you know what I'm saying?
I really like hearing your take on it. Now, I don't always agree, I can't wrap my head around some things.
Yeah.
But I love, you and I both love history. That's one thing that we can bang on. And then you just bounce your other stuff off me, and then I throw it over to Beefcake. I'm like, here, RC wants you to have this. Y'all figure it out for me.
My thing is conversation's important, and that's how we connect the dots.
Sure.
My thing is like, there's things I hear, and I'm like, yeah, I never heard of that. I go research it.
Sure.
And hopefully I find something. See, that's the part that sucks when you can't find something. And you go, okay, this is either family heritage that the person might have been speaking of, this and that, whatever. But when you find shit, you go, holy crap. Never knew that, but boom. You know what else it does? It helps you connect dots to something else you might have been thinking about. And by accident, somebody brought it up and you go, holy shit, that's what I was thinking about. Whoa, just got the answer. And then you can go with it. And it may make your research a little easier because you heard somebody bring something up that you didn't think about. In other words, sometimes we can't process what we think might be the truth. And when somebody comes along and starts talking and we go, holy shit, he's talking about the same shit I was looking into. But wow. And then boom, it may give you the answer you need. And you go, wow.
Yeah.
What the hell? And again, sometimes we beat ourselves in the head because we go, damn it, I was right there. I should have known. But we're human, right? All we can do is try to, figure it out.
That's right.
It takes another person to speak. Or
That's right.
A conversation, and we take it from there. My thing is like when the South, after the war was over and done with, and a couple of million people migrated from like Georgia, South Carolina, West Virginia, up to New York, and they moved into a neighborhood. My question is, they moved into a neighborhood. I could not find any history for who was living in those buildings first.
Huh.
And people go, what are you talking about? Well, the war happened at this time, et cetera, et cetera. And I find discrepancies sometimes. Like if you take World War One, they said that when the troops came back home, right, they marched up Fifth Avenue. When did World War One finish? And then you'll find we had some fantastic architects in New York City over the last 100 years. And these guys were responsible for building supposedly infrastructure. So you have a guy that comes along after World War II, and they're claiming that, oh, well, this guy was the one that built Fifth Avenue. But then how did people who came in World War One were able to march up a Fifth Avenue? You see,
No
see what
sense.
happens there?
Yeah. Yeah.
It didn't exist.
Right.
And
Let me jump
somebody
in
else
chat
is-
really quick. Maggie says, good night, everyone. Goodbye, everyone. Have a good day, night. Love you all. Enjoyed the live. Chat with great company. Lunch lady only goes up to her parents' cemetery in the spring. I can only see them from the road when I go to my mother-in-law's, but I laid on that grave for almost a year. I had to make myself stop. It's awful. Ugh, that sounds awful. Sorry, lunch lady. Bye, Maggie. We love you, honey. Have a great day. I'll
Good
talk
night,
to you
Maggie.
later. Lizzo also has to dip. We love you, Lizzo. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for being here. Yeah. Thank you guys. RC, I think I'm gonna close this one up. 5 hours. We're good. I'm tired. This was a good live. I enjoyed it. There's a lot more I could say. There's a lot more questions I have for RC to want his take on it. But I'm gonna shut the hell up because I'm too tired to
Yeah, I like to just,
focus on my brain.
yeah, before you hang up, I like to say, because I was messing with you yesterday, and I'm like, I wouldn't buy that damn machine. It took longer to clean that shit than the actual
Oh, I
cleaning up.
didn't.
You didn't see that in the chat. I'm like,
Uh-uh.
first I offered you $2. I said, well, I'll buy it off of you for $2 because I'm not going through all this shit. And again, it works fantastic.
Yeah.
But you see, when I complain and I say to myself, you know what? Again, we're intelligent. We're not that smart sometimes. You actually spend more time cleaning that shit after you did your cleaning, which took what? I would say less than a minute. You went up and down, all gone, spotless.
But
And
I
I'm
like.
going like, what the hell? Well, you got to take this out. You got to you got to put it. Oh, you got to put it back on the dock. You got to. Oh, now you got to clean it. Oh, you got to wash.
I love it, RC. I love it.
I know you love it because it's technology. I get it. But at
No,
the
I
same
love
time,
anything that makes my floor clean.
you know what, Lena? You could have smoked 3 cigarettes. That's how-
Fair enough. Touche. But I love that thing, RC. And I was super excited to show it to you guys.
I never saw that shit. Wait, is that something new or is that something you bought off of the TV?
No, I won that. RC, how much were you paying attention to me?
No, I know you want it, but my thing is because I never seen that.
No, he bought
But then
it.
again, I don't watch TV, so never mind.
No, he bought it in a store, RC.
Oh, okay.
He bought it in a store. Yeah.
And what they call it?
That one is a Tinco. Tineco.
Okay. Oh, so that's not like the Shark. What is
No.
the Shark Tank you see on these commercials? Or
The Shark now I have a Shark vacuum. I have so many vacuums and floor cleaners and steamers and Swiffers and Bonas and all of the above. Okay, all I need.
Your husband hasn't put a stop to that shit yet.
No, he knows it keeps me busy for many hours.
I can see why.
Yeah, he knows I sit here and I fret over these floors, and I'm using every little thing that I've got on him, and he doesn't hear my mouth for hours. He loves it.
Okay. Well, apparently you love it too. What?
I
So
do
what?
love
You don't want to speak to him for hours either.
Yeah, I just want to do my floors. That's all. One day, RC, we talked about having enough money, along with my farmhouse that I want to build and my acreage and going to get all the dogs. I do want to have a floor cleaner and a cook
Hmm.
because I want my floors magical at all times.
You
But then I'm
like
probably
me.
going
We
to
like the
miss
old shit. Yeah, we got the same taste. I love wood. I
clean
love,
floors.
yeah.
Yes, yes.
I was gonna, and I had it all going. I still have yet to get an answer from the state of damn Florida, even though they have cabins from yesterday. They changed the code, right? Because all of what the years and years of hurricanes,
Mm,
and the way they built these cabins, the guy says not only hurricane proof, but even in how you say earthquake proof. And these are some beautiful cabins. And I asked down there, I'm like, hey man, what do you know, this and that, whatever about built in whatever. And they go, I don't know what to tell you. Because everything down there is the regular houses out of cinder block, right?
mm.
So I'm still working on that because that's my love. I want to build a log cabin, but I
Oh,
can't stay in New York State because it's too fucking cold here.
too cold. Yeah, we're down to 14 now, guys. Um, Lizzo, thank you for dropping all of the links you did. Lunch Lady says, great live. Everyone have a fabulous day. I have to do homework now because there's no school. Everyone thinks we get free days off. Got to go do homework to get paid, even the Lunch Lady.
All
Liz,
right, guys. But anyway, Lenny, thanks.
thank you for coming up, RC, and I love you, and thank you for always, be willing to answer and talk to me about stuff. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, the truth is, ain't nobody to talk to because I live alone, so I figure like I'll bother you for a couple hours. So,
Well, I appreciate that. You can bother me anytime you want to. JB, I love you, honey. Have a good day. I hope you feel better. All right, our
anyway, thanks, and I'll catch up with you. All
all
right.
right, honey. I love you.
Love you too. Love you guys
Bye.
in the chat. Be well. Have a good morning. Good night.
Good night, RC.
Good night.
All right, guys, that's it. We did a 5 hour live. I think appreciate you guys being here so much. I've got another one that I want to do that's kind of like this. I'll schedule it. I've also got a schedule in case you guys don't know. Maggie and I will be going live once a week, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, my time, 3 to 3:30 my time, which is 8 to 8:30 her time, and we will be doing games. If you missed the games that we did, the game that we did yesterday, we had fun. It's a new game. You probably haven't seen it on YouTube. Hopefully, you haven't seen it on YouTube. I've never seen it, and I've gone to all these game channels, never seen anybody doing it. So, anyways, I'll be scheduling that live as well for next week, and I think I'll be back tonight or tomorrow night. I'm not sure which one yet. Anyways, mods, thank you for keeping the chat clean. I appreciate it so much. You rock the Casbah and the chat. Thank you so much for being here. If it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't have a channel. And that's the truth. I love you guys so much. Uh thanks. Thanks for everything. You guys be good or be good at it. If you can't be good at it, take pictures and send it to me because I need content. Love you guys. Be good. Bye.
Life is hard and life is wild. It can be sad or full of smiles. And every once in a while, you need a break from the mundane. So come back to see your friend, or she'll wonder where you've been. According to Leanie, she appreciates you and all that you do. You need her, but she needs you, and that's the beauty of a according to leaning. So thank you for your time. You are a friend of mine. I'll be happy to see you again on the next according to leaning. Be good or be good at it. Until next time, love leaning, love leaning, love leaning. Next time, love leaning, love leaning. Life is hard and life is wild. It can be sad or full of smiles. And every once in a while, you need a break from the mundane. So come back to see your friend, or she'll wonder where you've been. According to leaning, she appreciates you and all that you do. You need her, she needs you, and that's the beauty of according to leaning. Be good or be good at it. Until next time, love leaning, love leaning, love leaning.